Hello. Greetings once again. It's 8 o'clock. It's a Saturday. So that's a Hobby Hangout day. So I hope you're all groovy. I'm just trying to get my screens to play ball. That's better. That's you over there. You over there. And yes, that's all good. So mouse, keyboard away because I don't need that. So yeah, I hope everybody has been okay since last we were here, which was 2 weeks ago now, because obviously I had the Titan walk last weekend anyway, on the Saturday, which was pretty awesome. And Sif has joined us, our glorious leader for said Titan walk last weekend. Hi, dude. Are you hobbying tonight? And one of the other allies who was walking with us. This is a loyalist channel. So Rob and Sif, I'm just using up the paint on my palette and I'll be there. No worries. So yeah, last Saturday the Titan walk for the Titans Owners Club went ahead. We had, it's either 91 or 92 Titans present, with about 73 knights running around causing mayhem, as they often do. Over the 2-day event, it came out as a loyalist, quite a decisive loyalist victory on the second day. On the first day, it was very, very close. We only managed to get a couple of rounds in. And as Sif is already putting out in the chat, yes, it was under his leadership. So hats off to the Princeps Maximus. That is Sif Horridus, as his name on YouTube is. Hello, Randraiser. Welcome to Saturday Night Reaver, as I like to call it, especially when I'm doing Reaver work. So yeah, it was 91 engines after a few drops out and 73 knights. There's the scores on the doors. It was a tremendous weekend of gaming, at least. There was a little bit of hoo-ha in the evening, I believe, with the catering in the hotel being not up to par. But the important thing is that we had lots of people turn up in a safe environment and just went at it, hammer and tongs, rolling dice and trying to blow the crap out of each other. And I believe everybody had a pretty decent weekend, all in, really. Which, that's what you do when you do these sort of events. You want it to go well, and luckily for us, it did. And to celebrate, I'm actually wearing my T-shirt, which I got made specially for, which has the print or the paint over that Artist Empire did for me many moons ago, when I sort of fell into doing live streaming via Artist Empire's Wednesday night paint over stream. And he keeps inviting me back, which is quite nice. I enjoy talking, and it is a good let out of all those words that have been hiding inside me, much like tonight. But yeah, so Titan walks are awesome. There's another one actually next week, the Greetings for a Warp event, which is in the Midlands somewhere, if Sif can let us know where that was again. And it's a 3-day event, and basically lots of role-play games going off, gaming of all varieties, not just 40k and fantasy, AOS and all that sort of thing, but lots of other things. But it's we've been invited, or the Titan Owners Club had been invited to do a mini walk. Northampton, thank you, Sif. A mini walk there. Hey, Mousebait, hello. You're very orky today, aren't you, Mousebait? So yeah, we got an invite to do a walk there. So they're there on the Saturday. Although the glorious leader that is Sif, as he's saying in the thing, he can't go because it's his other half's birthday. So that's the right thing to do in that situation, unless she wanted to go with him, which I don't think she did. But yeah, so that's next weekend. Saturday the 4th is when their attendance, but it's on from the 3rd until the 5th. I think you can probably still get tickets for it. It's just a little sort of gaming convention that's being run there, and the Cult of Paint, I believe, will be there as well, doing painting demos and maybe some tutorials as well, which is quite interesting. But there'll be quite a big contingent of Titans there as well, so maybe not as big as the Titan Walk, because that is the premier event for us Titan Princeps at present. But there'll be a good number, and the undeniably awesome Leiden Proctor with his Legio Furion Titans will be in attendance. So their little game that they'll be going through may have a much different outcome to the success of the defence of Chiton Nova. So yes. So anyway, everyone, how has your weeks been since I last saw you, and who's got their kill team stuff come through today? Because that's what so many people have been talking about today. As I get myself sorted to paint this beastie. Mouse. I got very excited about Dakar. That is understandable. Orcs do love their Dakar, and why not? I think normal people like their Dakar too. Obviously, orcs are sort of connoisseurs of the finest Dakar. Did you just get the one box, or did you get the Beast Snaggers as well the other week? I think you did, didn't you? Did you get Beast Snaggers? I don't know. But yes. Rand Razor tried practicing painting on some Lego action figures. The large bionicle ones, turns out it's a bad idea. Soft rounded edges and tiny crevices and all that. Yes, yeah. Certain things like Lego's very, very smooth, so obviously painting over Lego, probably might be better off sort of doing a varnish on it first before, or just priming it, or was you directly painting on? I don't know. Some people will do that. Rob, you're still doing your Warlord. You're doing water effect as well, aren't you? So that I'm definitely looking forward to seeing, because you do some really nice water effects. It's your calling card somewhat. Right. Where are we going to start? I'm going to start with some Corax White, I think, as we get on with today's painting. So this, what did I know? Well, its lower Gothic name is has escaped me for a moment. Undaunted Valor is its lower Gothic name, which is Impervidus Bellatrix is its high Gothic name. So I went with a more sort of traitory looking one, because most of them I have done looking quite normal-ish. But this one I wanted to have a bit of a stalking pose. So it's stalking through the rubble and ruins, looking for something to chomp on with its weapons, which will be obviously the Melter, Volcano and Turbo Laser combo with this one. Dun, 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 dun. I was just saying that, and then you turn up. Hello, Felix. And hi, Brett, Adam. Nice to have you back again, dude. I've just realised I've now got. So normally I have my phone, so that's why I'm always doing this on the go with the chat. But I just realised I've now got it on my screen here, so it's sorted itself out because I wasn't getting that originally, so I can actually see you there, which is very good. Mouse mate, no idea. Didn't get shipping notice from Mini Stomp yet. Got tons of stuff on plate already though. Iron Hands Contemptor, 5-flayed ones, bunch of stuff for my army board, so much stuff on my desk. Yeah, I think we can all sympathise and understand where you're coming from. The first pour on the base, decided to use 2-part epoxy for a change. Different, experimental, nice. Hey everyone, how's it going? Hate to spam, but if anyone sees an advert for Facebook on a D&D advent calendar, report it, it's fake. Well, there you go, Adam. That's a service to the community at large. So anyone, if you do get anything on that on your Facebook, yeah, get rid. Don't fall for those tricksy bastards trying to steal away your account, probably, and other things. I really like the pose on the base. Thank you very much, dude. Yeah, I was using the bits from the old 40k, not 40k, Titan Legions, and the 90s release box set where they had all these bits. I actually cut this one in half, because that was actually over here, and that was on the top there, and just totally mangled it up, as you can see. So it's a proper sort of bombed out remains. Put the base bit there on the base, funny enough, with that bit, yeah, as if it's like broken off of there, and then just lots of little snips of the roofing tiles from the Civitas building. I basically use my heavy clippers and break one of those tiles in half, and then just do little rivets, little, it's meant to be like girders or rebar, basically, and then I arrange it in so it looks like it's just like fallen down, like not kaplunk, but like pickup sticks. So and just arrange it around, apply all my normal basing sand with all its wonderful bits and pieces that are in there, and then just lots of bicarbonate of soda to tie it all together, and obviously just link it all in. So with that, coupled with Mr. Reaver, or Miss Reaver actually, I went with a lifting up pose on the foot. Let's get that a bit higher for a sec. So lifting up pose. So first foot firmly down, as if it's just like squished something as it's walking through looking for prey, and then obviously the rear foot coming up. I am worried a little bit just in case the greaves don't actually go into place, but we'll find out about that later, no doubt. So I was busily getting onto that once I got home from work. What else we got there? Sif. I painted an APOC missile launcher for my second Reaver, but more importantly, I've convinced Mrs. Sif to put towards a Titan for my birthday and Christmas present. So I'll hopefully get Titan number 10. Oh yeah, this is what you were sorting out with Ben, wasn't it, at the walk? Because you like the number 10, seeing as you've got several Titans of number 10. Then realised I had not painted the toe flaps yet, so I had to delay second pour. Probably better to have a small layer. Yeah, play it safe. Has that Reaver Titan got vampire fangs? Yes, technically. This is one of the alternate heads that you get in the what I like to call the Mars Beta Reaver, which was the second one. So you get 3 different faceplates. The heads on these are different from the Mars Alpha. So the Mars Alpha is this traditional head. Sorry, there you go. The traditional head. Once that focuses in, can you focus, please? Come on. Play the game. So it's a little bit more associated with the traitors having like the more aggressively spiky bit. There you go. So it actually reminds me of the old Chaos Raptors a bit, with the big grill face part. But the you get another 2 face options. So one's I'm not sure if I've got. Oh yeah, I have. So that's one of the other face options, which is a bit more, again, flat faced there. And yeah, oh, there you go. So all 3. And that's, so you've got, right, let's take the camera off. So, come on, work, damn you. So that one, again, has got a bit more of a mouth on it, a bit of a grill. Can you focus, perhaps, one day? No? You're not going to do? No? Okay. So, traditional, alternate, and then that one. Oh, you focus for that one. So yeah, so that's the. I didn't even realise I had one of each type in my Reavers for my Damicium. So I'm actually pretty chuffed with that. So put these out of the way, because otherwise I'm only going to get paint over them. I kept these, brought these down with me, so I had some frame of reference, because the one thing you don't want to do is start painting without frame of reference, because the amount of times I've done that and I've sort of cocked it up pretty much. So yes. I got caught out last year on the Dragon event. Oh, that sucks, dude. Haven't had time to work on mine, been busy. That's fair. Angles finally, Greaves will fit perfectly. Well, I'm glad that you can see that from here. I'm always very paranoid, because I normally do. I can normally keep these sections, the toes, at proper right angles, at like 45 degrees, so they keep in line, so they do fit properly. And then I normally place something underneath it, but I wanted to try an experiment. You know, this is my 102nd one. I thought it was about time to try and get out there a bit more and test the waters as such. Looks like Joker's face. Yeah. Yeah, as I say, they've all got their own little quirkiness, I guess, with the way they look. So it doesn't hurt to mix them up a little bit, especially with, I'm more inclined to do that with the Traitor Titans than I am with the Loyalists. So majority of the Loyalists Titans I've got have got the more traditional looking face on them, because it's the only way to do it, really. Right. So just watering down my Corax white. So, like a lot of you already know, you don't need good coverage on the first stage with these. It's just getting a colour on, because I will be washing over it. So it's just to get that there in place, so when I do the wash, I will then go over it again to bring the central parts of the plates up in colour, but leave the edges looking dark where the wash is settled into position. So it's worked all these other times. So why stop there when you know you've got a system and it does it how you want it to do it. Hello, JS Idaho. Hello, dude. Welcome to Saturday Night Reaver. We're a bit earlier than normal. We don't normally come in for a while. Happy Titan Saturday. It is a Happy Titan Saturday. Every day should be a Happy Titan Day, but especially on a Saturday when we're doing a bit of hobby in the evening, and it just so happens to be Titans. I had earlier in the week Chris from Tabletop Standard. I was having a chat with him, and he was trying to convince me that maybe it's time to make it a nice round number of 10 Titan Legios. I was sceptical at his logic, but you know, sometimes you just got to take it on board and go, you know what, that is an idea. I'm not committing to anything, so I'm not going mad yet. I'm just using what I've got at the moment to supplement the forces I have. So when I do some games, and obviously the plan is to do some games with friends that may not have Titans, because a lot of my friends don't have Titans. I seem to have bought them all. But then they can use my ones, and it's nice to have options when making up Titan lists. So even if I decide one day I want to play with a different Legio, I've got the ability to make some good sort of mana pools to play with. I do like to have options. Hey, Brew! Scott Bubba! You alright? Welcome. Always a pleasure, never a chore. You're alright. Yeah, so I haven't been on Xbox for Destiny as of yet. I haven't had the opportunity. So hopefully I will do, and then hopefully be able to get a game with you guys. Because I don't get the chance. When I was playing Destiny, I didn't have that many people to play Destiny with, and it's always better with friends. Just loitering in just doing random missions and stuff. There's only so much joy you can have. Indeed, been busy of late. Actually had some successful hobby time. Oh, awesome. What did you manage to get done in the end, JS? Just nipping out a sec, I'll have just remembered to watch Titan Walk 2020. Yeah, it's no worries. There was obviously there's one on here, but there's a few videos that have been skirting around, but they're all good. You can't go wrong. Are you doing any painting tonight as well, Brew? Are you doing? Did you get Malagor's turn up, or are you still waiting for that? So, oh yes, and also those that are here, if you don't mind doing the old likey, if you're enjoying yourself, that'd be much appreciated. I've been told by other people in the know that I should remind people, because I know that I'm guilty of it when watching stuff. I go, oh, that was really good, and I forget to press the like button. So yes, always appreciated, and it just helps with the old algorithm and stuff. I'm going with the white socks as such, because a lot of my greaves on these guys I've done in white. But what I want to do is actually go with the purple greaves, so I can then use my white decals to do the diamond pattern. So like I did on my War Master, with that is all decal. It was a pain in the ass to do, but it is quite effective when you see it. So it's something that I wanted to do on some other Titans, because in the artwork, which Louise Sugden did for these guys, as she did with all the Titans, as far as I'm aware, she went and put checkers. I'm not a fan of checkers, but you know, as needs must. I want it to look similar, so yeah, that's what I'm going for. Warhounds and some Ogrins in process at the moment. Cool. Yeah, 91 Titans, dude. And hopefully for next year there'll be more. Well, yeah, there should be more, because I do believe most of the people that attended are already interested in doing another one, and returning next year, which is, if the case is going to be more people, we'll probably need to find another venue for said Titan Walk. Reason why we have them in Milton Keynes is that Matt Wingrove, who is one of the, well, he is the sort of head guy of the Titan Owners Club, he lives in Milton Keynes, and the vast majority of the scenery lives at his house. So at the last walk, him and his partner done like 4 car runs, and obviously the further away, the harder it is, or we got to hire vans, which then gets a bit pricey. So yes. Most people who attended already bought more Titans. Yeah. Lee, curious a bit. Where were there any women owners there? Asking as a woman, not like, you know, some weird I need a date thing. Yes, there was a couple of women. Matt's other half, Lauren, she has a warlord and 2 warhounds for Legio Volcanum. I should know that one. I've got the bloody ones. There was also Laura, who was there with her partner, and she was running, I think she was running a Chaos Titan there. And apart from that, I think there was another woman there, but I think that was Ben's, can't remember his surname. I think it was his other half. Sif, if you was there anyone else? Because where I was right down the other end, so there was so much going across the board, because it's 52 feet, and because I was just basically there for the one day, I only interacted with my nearest and dearest, basically. But I just remember Laura, who was opposite me, because they were the ones shooting me and killed Donna Magna, which I was very upset about. And Lauren, obviously. So yeah, we're hopefully we'll get some more women princeps participating, because there are women princeps out there. So it's just basically if they can make it, and you know, obviously current climate is a bit harder to get out and do things. I know of a couple of other women gamers that, although they've got elder Titans, they would like to participate. So it would be a case of, if we can get that in to the story, that, you know, an elder Titan. And to be fair, in the old fluff, there was a battle where the Phantom Titans of Iyanden actually participated alongside the Fire Wasps against some Chaos Titans. So that, I think that might be more of the Sundering after the Heresy, because I think that's when that particular game was actually set. Codex Titanicus, I think it was in, or it might have been in Space Marine. I'm not sure, 100%. But I remember reading it, because I think actually it might have been in a White Dwarf. I've got the transcript somewhere. But yeah, that was quite humorous, because the Ignitum Titans were marching to engage, and then suddenly they're calling out, you know, like doing like Red 5 standing by and all that sort of stuff, and then Iandan goes, Iandan standing by. And the princeps of the Virus were going, hey, Xenos, get out of here. And then and the elder princeps of the Iandan war host basically said, look, we're here to kill Chaos. We have our own reasons, but we're going to kill him. So we're going to do it anyway. So let's not shoot each other and let's get on with it. And so they sort of teamed up, which was pretty cool. Yes. Why don't you just hire a long wheelbase flatbed and drive around with tires and look sort of the sides? Could do that. That would be something that we would actually probably have to do. But yeah, well, you say that, Adam. We have. I know I have spoken with some of the guys in the admin team about doing an AT like Titan walk type thing, which obviously would be a lot smaller scale and probably easier to do. And well, if I turned up, because if I turned up, I would have, you know, definitely had more Titans and Knights. But yeah, there are. You know, there has been discussions about doing an AT one, and obviously when things get a little bit easier to actually host these things and find places to actually do them, we would probably definitely get onto something like that. But as I said, well, our main focus is for the big guys because they're harder to get games with, and these sort of events are really cool to sort of meet up, see all the awesome Titans, and there are some really awesome paint schemed Titans out there, especially like all like the like conversion work and everything. Like there's Silent Winter, he's got this amazing traitor Titan, Legio Mortis colours, but he's done it all. It's got like a bone towel hanging off of it that comes out about that far, and all these other bits and pieces done to it. Someone turned up with they made their own side Titan for 40k scale, and like obviously Rob in the chat, like all his Titans with the basing he does on them, they each base tells a story in itself, and they're just awesomely done, which you would have seen in the little video that I did post up. Yeah, there was a few, neither the Imperium or the Order would admit it. Exactly. And it was awesome, Mouse. Yes. Enemy of my enemy and all that. I'd like to pick up an Elder Titan. They look so elegant. Yeah, the Phantoms are just, well, they're massive. They're just stick insects, but they're really tall because obviously the veins they've got on the back make them even taller. And the thing is with Phantoms, they're single seat Titans. That was just like craziness. But then again, they've got like the Infinity Circuit, so that helps. Two partners who had their own Titans, both ladies had Warlords. There you go. Sweet. I'm still pestering my husband to buy me one, but he's so stubborn. Well, just force that kitty on him more. He loves the kitty, and I know the kitty's getting everywhere, but just, you know, let him have the kitty and say, look, you know, you got a new friend. I need a new friend in a Titan. Try that approach, or just keep poking him in the arm. Yeah, they're not cheap. Obviously, with like getting hold of a official Warlord Titan, you know, you've got lots of options with the weapons and all that sort of stuff. Plus, you know, they are just the Warlord. The instructions on them it makes it so easy to build on a Warlord. Reavers are a little bit more tricky, and Warhound Titan feet are the worst. They're doable, but they're so fiddly. You've got so much work to go in there because their toes are like 3 pieces, and then you've also got the little support structure you've got to stick in there. It's phenomenal. Check out Lee's video last week. He had the lineup with God Ninjas. Thank you very much, Sif. Yes, on my YouTube channel there is the video that I posted up. They are expensive, but much cheaper than some other hobbies or bad habits I can think of. Yes, definitely, Rob. When you think about it, obviously, if you're not going out, you're not going on holiday, COVID and all that sort of thing, it's best to stay at home. And because you're not going out, you might as well sort of treat yourself to one sort of thing, as to represent the holiday that you could have had. That's how I see it. Yeah, let's not go there because that's so true. Okay. Cost is relative. It took me years of hobby evenings for just £1,200, which has been more if I went to the pub and kebabs. I just need to save. Then he won't care. Exactly. I'm trying to think I've done it. Obviously, I don't have much dealings with American money, but like over here we have like the £2 coin, for example, and it was something that my mum used to do. Whenever she got a £2 coin, instead of putting it in a purse, she would put it into a pot or a jar or something. So every £2 coin she got went somewhere else, and so eventually she had a big pot with lots of £2 coins, and that equated to many hundreds of pounds. So it's doing things like that, and basically being, not determined. I can't even think of the words. Just doing it. Because as you say, once you've put that money away and you see it growing, then you think, I'm doing quite well here. And then you can just go and invest, press that buy button on Forge World and get your Titans delivered to you. Because you get free delivery on that. I believe you get free delivery to America. I'm sure you do. All right, okay. Well, it's a good thing that you apologised. Aren't they like complete articulated, the Warhound? They look so cool. If you Mouse, if you find Rob's Instagram, I don't know if he was here when everyone was putting out their tags on Instagram, and I know it has I and 74 or something for Rob's. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm a bad man. If you find his Warhounds and Reavers, the poses he's done with his ones, he's made use of the articulation on, especially on the Warhound. Sorry, the way it's sort of like talons a little bit at times, and what he done with the Reaver. The Reaver's doing a hop step, about to bring its powerful foot down onto a turret, which I absolutely love from the first moment I ever saw it. But definitely check out if Rob can put his tag again into the chat. So anyone who hasn't followed Rob, follow Rob, because he's got some A-game Titan making now. You can have some fun, yes, as Rob has. I seriously like to go over to Warhammer World and pick one up, but yeah, maybe one day. Yeah, it's definitely worth doing if you ever get the opportunity to visit these shores. And as I've said before, if you ever come over here, make sure you let us know, and I'm sure that you'll get a welcoming committee. Icon 74, that's it. Yes, Mousebait. Yes. And also, I'm not sure if it was a Mouse. We have actually got a Discord up now for people that join us here. So it is a very straightforward thing. I will post its link into the chat if I can. Yep, I think I've managed it. There you go. So yeah, there's only a few of us in there. It's very like this, laid back, quiet at the moment because there's only a few of us, and I haven't been doing much hobby this week, so that doesn't help. But yeah, I have one of everything, 1p and 2p coins that are common circulation at the beginning of decimalisation up to 2018. Hello, Adam. I've just seen it come up saying that you've joined the server. Bring an extra case so you can take a Titan home. Yes. I always imagine those big steamer trunks that Tom Hanks had. Has anyone seen the film Joe versus the Volcano? It's one of my favourite movies that didn't make it into the big screen or anything like that. But it's just, I like the obscure, absurd, bonkers type things, and Joe versus Volcano definitely has that because it's one of the many Tom Hanks, Meg Ryan movies. But I just remember the steamer trunks that he had, and basically he makes a raft out of them. But yes, that's another story. And obsession with no, he didn't have the obsession. It was yeah, no, you'll have to watch it, find it somewhere. It'll probably be on sort of like Amazon or Netflix maybe. Right, let's start to dry. Shall we go with a, what have we got? Oh, it's purple. That's white. Yeah, so we're going to go for a white one here as well. But yes, Titan walking with the big guys. What else have we got? So the one that Sif's not going to next week, but Rob is, I believe. That's the next one, and then the one after that is we're doing a walk in February on the south coast, Bournemouth, I believe, for an event called Beachhead, which again is a gaming, all game systems, war games, and all that sort of stuff. And it's held in I think that's a conference centre or something down in Bournemouth. It's normally in the sort of like the first or second week of February, and we went there last year because that was just before COVID hit, and we actually won an award for I think like best participation event, because nobody had seen the likes of it. You know, when you've got big Titans standing there and people rolling dice and having fun, it tends to draw the crowds in, and they got invited to return for the next year's one. So that's something to be looking forward to. These Titan get-togethers, I think they do something at Adepticon. So I don't know if you're going to go to Adepticon, Mouse, but they do normally have a Titan sort of Titan walk over there. Whether or not it'll be on the same scale, which you would have thought if they put their minds to it, and then it's all down to the sort of participants that turn up. Because it's normally like just a walk-in type affair at Adepticon, I think. But I'm sure if they did actually put their back into it, they could actually get quite a large sort of turnout of people participating. I have a travel wardrobe case from during the wars. And now I have a kitten lurking bit. Yeah, they're very inquisitive, aren't they? Obviously, once they get older, they get very sullen and bitter towards their human minions. So obviously, they only sort of come to you when they want something. Serve us, human. You are our minions. As a person who has several cats, yes, I know exactly what they're like. kittens, or even some of the old ones, to be honest. We've got some that, like, you know, during the sort of like teens, and they belt around like kittens. Just hear these like drumming feet as they sort of come surging out from the kitchen on a mission to cause mayhem. A lot more light, white than usual, but got to sort of break them up so they look a little bit different from everyone else with other Titans. So mix it up a little bit. So I think I'd love to go to Beachhead. My Titans would be right at home. Yeah, because they're paddling. Just have a little paddle on the seafront. And have them coming in going, woo, like Ursula Andress out of Doctor No, singing underneath the mango tree. Nice. All right. Now, I'm not going to break from tradition. I'm going to keep these. I'm going to do as a half and half, I feel. I have the urge. Actually, use some tape here. So that way, should be able to. What am I doing? Honestly, I'll save that for later. Getting distracted by myself, which is quite bemusing. Right. So we've all got some hobby on at the moment, which is always good, and everything is going reasonably to plan, he says. Right. So has anybody been watching anything interesting recently? I ask because I'm running out of shows to watch. So if anyone's got any suggestions, recommendations that I may not have seen, that I might want to visit, because I've been going through lots of old programs that I've already watched but are watching again. The best one of which was the miniseries Chernobyl, which is just one of the best programs I've ever seen. I've actually, no word of a lie, I've actually watched it 7 times now. It's only been out for about 2 years. Just such a great, compelling story, and of the cast. And mostly because obviously I remember it happening. So it's just like flashbacks to when I was sort of like a 10, 11-year-old kid. Really good. Other things I've been watching recently was on Disney Channel. I rewatched The Mighty Ducks, and I'd done that because they've got a Mighty Ducks TV series. So I watched Mighty Ducks 1, 2, 3 with Emilio Estevez, and what's his name? That's bugging me now. Young Josh dude. Who was in Fringe. Damn it. but yeah, it's actually, although it's like not the same characters, well, kind of. It's all like a new batch sort of thing, of modern day Mighty Ducks. It was quite enjoyable. As I said, I like silly things, so I was quite at home in that. Uh, uh, didn't Warhammer Plus thing drop? Did I stream it up? Yes, Stephen. Welcome, Stephen. It did. It dropped Wednesday, and I subscribed. Eventually, was able to choose which model I wanted, which was the Vindicator. And I watched everything that was on there, what I could. So obviously the two master classes, which Louise done, which were really cool. I knew the techniques, and I have used the techniques as well, but I've never been explained the techniques. So now I have an understanding how and what you're meant to do. Like with especially like the blending, wet blending one, which was really interesting to see how you do it, and that, because then now I can apply that to my painting of Titans, which the colours she started with that, I thought, Legio Magna, yes. So yeah, that's something there. And painting faces, because I'm not the greatest at painting faces. That's why I paint Titans. So that was quite handy. Watching the Blood Angels, Angels of Death. I like that. See, Richard Boyton, who worked on it, who done the Hell's Reach cartoon on YouTube, that he done from Aaron Dembski Bowden's Hell's Reach novel audiobook. He obviously sampled and done all the artistry on that by himself in his spare time. So you can see what he's done there, and obviously he's gone next level. They've got more people working on it as well. It's the story. It seems all right. I've enjoyed it. Yet there could be a little bit more, but then again, compared to like watching something that GW produced years ago with Ultramarine, which lots of people slam it. I don't mind it. There were little bits and pieces, but you get that with most things. There's always something that's not quite right. But as the story went, I quite liked it. I liked the characters that was introduced, so it's a nice ease in there. Obviously, the master of the ship, she looks badass, and I liked having seeing some of the crew on the bridge of the vessel. So that was interesting. But the Hammer and Bolter stuff I actually quite enjoyed, because they're little snippets, they're little views of the 40k universe. So the three that was released are obviously separate, points of view of the world, of the universe that is 40k, the Grimdark. But I really enjoyed them. Each have their own little self-contained part. The last one, which was Old Bale Eye, which was the one they'd done the little teaser on the Saturday before last week. Mouse, if you haven't watched it, I think you'd like it because it's from the Orc perspective. So that was actually really quite. Again, I like that sort of thing because we're all used to like that. I am predominantly an Imperial player, so I've got lots of Marine armies. I do have a Tau army, but mostly Marine. Virtually all Marine, apart from Skitari, sort of thing. But seeing, this legendary character that of Commissar Yarrick, and how the orcs sort of speak about him, so like talking to two young orcs, oi, Gubbins, oi, come here, with their really bad sort of like Cockney accents, because they all seem to be South London born, but they're like talking to these two sort of young orcs that ain't been enough fights yet. But yeah, it was just it's really nice sort of flip on things, because you normally only hear about the imperial propaganda. It's nice to see it from the other side. It dropped in. It was more was than the U. It dropped in more was than the U. I don't know. Can't make sense of that, Adam. Sorry. Guessing it's not the best. In quack 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 quack. No, as I say, it's they haven't got a lot to choose from, and they're trying to build this up, and they're dripping things through. So they've over the last 2 years, where they've been putting these things together. Obviously, the battle reports. I've had quite a lot of good things about the battle reports. So again, it seems like they're moving away from just doing the YouTube stuff, and then having something a little bit more intense for their channel. But you've got whatever they put out, plus you have access. You're getting the app as well. So where a lot of people already had the app for like army building and stuff like that, they're only paying like another couple of quid more, and they've got access to the vault as well, which has got all old copies or loads of old copies of White Dwarf that you can just access and flick through, and something like the campaign like story backgrounds. So like the like Return of the Primarch and like the Gathering Storm, they're on there, so you can actually just access them and read up stuff. So there's a lot of the background stuff. And once they start doing the other shows as well, like the Lore Master show, which I think a lot of people are actually interested in. Yeah, admittedly, they're not going to be massive. Like the master classes are like 20 minutes each, but Louise does a good job with them. And as I said, I've now realised the stuff that I was doing, how to do it properly, and so that helps me as a hobbyist. So as I said, if you were subscribing before, like if you subscribe for the year, it's cheaper. You get 2 months free, so you're only paying 50 quid instead of 60 quid. So yeah, you get the special model once you've done your year. So that's the thing. You've got to do your year. So whether or not I'll get it sooner because I've already paid for the year, I don't know. But if you subscribe before September, you also get an additional voucher, £10 voucher for Games Workshop, which you'll receive in October. So it's to get you in there, and just an added bonus. And you've got these other little bits and pieces there. So it's only going to get more as you go on. But you say it's not Netflix, it's not Amazon. It's only going to be their sort of content. So yeah, I don't. To be honest, I think. It sounded like a good idea in my head, but maybe not. But like if they'd done a show where they're actually got like an author reading like a short story of that they've done, as part of the content on there. So even if it's just, like a Jackanory type thing. So you can just sit there and listen to your favourite authors reading one of their little shorts, for half an hour, something like that. That's quite cool. And I'm sure that they could blag them to do it. And then obviously you can watch it, but then you can also, get yourself the book. I think they could do some other stuff to help, get the thing going a bit more. But it's tiny steps, like with anything. They're branching out. This is early days, so who knows where it'll go from here. But yeah, I'm hopeful that it will do all right and it will progress. And as I said, technically, it's cost me 40 quid. And I get a model out of it, which would, if you was buying it individually, would be 20 quid. So 20 quid. That's how I see it. But yeah, I've liked what I've seen so far. And then obviously you've got these other stories that they're already worked on to come out as well. So it's not just Angels of Death. So they're going to be spreading it out, but we'll see, Curious, are there any Legios with simpler, perhaps slightly monochrome colour schemes? And are there decals available? That's decals is the problem. I'll be honest with you, JS. You've only just noticed what I call tonight's hangout. I've been dying to. This is the second time as well. That's why I put 2 behind it. The second time I've done Saturday Night Reaver. Yeah, no, monochrome. Well, if you're just going for like flat greys, which not exactly monochrome, but you got Legio Venator, which is mostly grey with silver, or even Gryphonicus, because apart from the odd splash of yellow, it's mostly sort of one greyish colour with the metallics obviously on the superstructure. But yeah, I don't think they are mostly colourful. So yeah, sorry about that. Not much help, I know, but they do. It's like with that whole nightly heraldry. Titan Legios have always been a little bit more colourful at the end of the day. So you've always got to, it's like the like animals in the wild, going like, "I'm a big scary beastie, beware," and obviously playing on that with, especially like fire wasps, for example, with their hazard stripes, or Legio Furians with their yellow with black flames, which are quite effective looking. They do look fantastic, but you get variations on them as well, or reversing, where you sort of mix in other colours. Oh, what's that? Get off. Damn you. This is the Magos Purple, which Mousebait was one of the people that convinced me that time when working on the Legio Damicium War Master to actually go with it, and I've repainted all my other Titans to match now. So where I was using Screamer Pink before, I do like how this purple comes out. So you normally have to do a couple of coats with it, but I like it. It's more what I sort of envisioned. And it's just trying to match up with the current paint range to actually do it. And what's that? And oh yeah, leg greaves. Get these in here. So, did you subscribe, Stephen, or are you still debating it, or what are you thinking with the Warhammer Plus? What is your plans? So with contrast, it does go on, because normally you've got to be careful and not do what I just did there, where you sort of double over. Try to avoid it where you can. Beep-a-doop-a-doo. A little impromptu Wonder Woman for you all. Let's go down there. Hey, David. Welcome. I take it the kids are in bed at last. Now, are you being a good princeps and working on your Laniskara? You got to get that Reaver done, dude. The gods demand it. Get that done. Get it out. Because, as I've said often before, it is probably the best looking Laniskara out there at present. So I say at present because you've got lots more to do. With each one, you'll improve and refine your technique. It'll become easier and quicker, as well you know. He says. Right. Yeah, this would normally, I think, was 2 layers of the Magos purple on here to get that all nice and tidy. I'm just checking with my other Titans what shoulder pads I use. So I generally use the traditional Titan ones because it was only like in the Heresy, it was only sort of nearer towards the actual Siege of Terror when the Chaos corrupted Titans started turning up. And in the story behind these guys, which is in a Crucible of Retribution, they doesn't necessarily say that they were corrupted, and I say that because the Legio Ignatum that were sort of instrumental in taking back the Forge World of Urdesh, who was the Legio Damicium's home forge, because they fought so valiantly in defence of their home world, Ignatum made a point of honouring them. Now, it was like martial prowess because they fought so valiantly against overwhelming odds and gave a really good account for themselves. Because with the sort of the whole traitor sort of thing, you know, there was traitors that were following the War Master because of their sort of outlooks, and they agreed with what he was saying about, you know, oh, the Emperor's, you know, is a wrong and all that sort of stuff. So they might have followed because of personal grievances that they had, and that was one of the things. There were Forge Worlds that did have grievances against Mars and Terra, and Urdesh was one of them. And so the Broken Lords went with the sort of successionists of that region, and so obviously they were on the wrong end of things because they got their asses handed to them eventually by the loyalist section, especially once the Ignatum turned up as well to help out. But you can't see a loyalist Legio, especially Ignatum, just basically honouring a Legio if they were corrupted. It's not something that you can, you know, they wouldn't go, oh yeah, they were totally, you know, corrupt and, you know, evil, had horns sticking out their heads and everything, and was bubbling pustules everywhere. You wouldn't think, no matter how awesome they might have been in the defence of their home, you wouldn't have thought that a loyalist Legio would honour them. So I don't see them actually being a corrupt Legio. So just wrong place, wrong side. Indeed I am. It's been months and I've done anything to it, it feels. Get on it, dude. I'm still on the fence about Warhammer Plus thing. I'll have a think about it. That's all you have to do. Like I say, I'm not saying go out and do it. It's fine for me because it's got stuff that I'm interested in, and that's what way you got to look at it. I'm interested in seeing the stories, and I'm interested in how these cartoons come together. And you say, like, I think they should just maybe do something like Richard Boynton did with Hell's Reach and just let them do that, but with better tools, you know, because that'd be pretty cool. An engine fuel has entered the fray. A wild engine fuel has been spotted. An engine fuel has been spotted in the wild. That was it. Sorry. Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. Are you doing more work on your Warbringer, Phil? Or are you doing... Did you get Kill Team? We'd only have gotten Kill Team for the Orcs, wouldn't you? I would have thought. If you have. That is. Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. Damn it. No, don't do that. That's better. Alright, Felix is back. Lol. Warby's done enough. I've got the orcs, but not started. You're working on AT engines. Are these yours or are they Alex's? Or did you finish Alex's ones? I don't know. You don't talk to me about those sort of things. What? Yes. So, do these bits. I will revisit the Warby after the coming weekend's walk. Yeah, oh yeah, so you've got that to work towards. I would have thought you would try and got that to take to the walk, surely. Because that would have been awesome to see on display. Especially seeing as it's a free walk as well. Now... Yeah, contrast paints over these flat areas. As I said, you just got to be careful and try and go over it in one attempt. Elsewise, it does get a little bit messy. And see, I'm not being overly careful because I will be going over the trim anyway. Getting there. I didn't even know you took the Warby. I didn't even notice that you had the Warby there, mate. That's the problem when you just turn up last minute. Well, I say last minute, you know, just turn up in the morning and then go home again. Did the guys tell you that I'd left my Warlord in the gaming room before I'd left? I went out to make a coffee. I was talking to Lee Godden, and then I didn't even realise that everyone had gone out and locked the door. So I thought, my Titan's still in there. So Sif was kind enough to pop back before coming down to your infamous lunch or your dinner and open the door for us. Yeah, I just did, mate. Yeah, I say yes. I honestly did not see. I saw you, obviously, your Warlord and your little Huns and that picture you posted, but yeah, I did not see. Oh. So yeah, they are. Yes, there's a mighty fine look of Titanness about them, especially if you're weathering, because that's pretty impressive on its own. Hey, Kirill's here. Kirill is the princeps I was telling people earlier about, who made himself a side titan in the 40k scale Warlord, which caused much mayhem, I'm sure, in the battles of last weekend. Yes. So a little bit more on the white side of things. Stray hair, that's never good. Get that going. So right, so we've now got all the base colours in. So I could actually, a bit of hair there, didn't want that though. Hey Cyprian. Warlord Sinister, fun to play with, but lots of rules to remember. Yes, they are. But once you've, as you wasn't there for the conversation when I was telling Dave, I done an experimentation where I, with myself basically, had a Warlord Sinister go up against a Venator Light Maniple. So it was only sort of equal points. So it was 2 Warhounds and a Reaver. It basically only lasted 2 turns, and the Side Titan was pretty much unscathed. It pretty much annihilated 1 Warhound in the first turn. It tried to strip its shields, then it fired the Tenebrae, which I can't remember the first part, but a Tenebrae beam weapon, shot it in the body, rolled 3 crits, so it was like zoom, straight up to the last dot on its body, and then it followed up with Sun Fury and basically just blew it up, which damaged its Warhound partner, and because of obviously where its reactor was in the orange, it took a couple of crits to the body, so the shields dropped. Now this is important because when it comes around to the repair phase, you do the reactor roll. So it was in the orange, so you get +1. You roll your dice, and basically I got the result, which would be oh, the shields go down, but the shields are already down, and because of that it then gets bumped up to the next one, which was a lot nastier, and it basically blew up. So that was in the start of the second turn. So that all that was left in the second turn was the one Reaver, and then I just went to town at the Reaver with the Tenebrae. Started off with the Las Blasters first in the first fire. No, tell a lie. No, because I actually in that turn I done the healing power, so I healed up again. Just to, any sort of reactor and shields or whatever. Then I shot it, took its shield, well, done some damage. No, sorry, tell a lie. I shot it with the Tenebrae because Tenebrae's bypass void shields. Shot it straight into the body. It took damage. Shields dropped anyway, and then I shot it with everything else, targeting the body and killed it. So. Yeah, they are vicious. But I would suggest doing a few sort of simulated battles on your own like that, just so you get a feel for the rules. And also bear in mind that if you fail your command check or whatever, or if you roll a 1 on it, I haven't got the things to hand, so I'm not a bit foggy on this bit. Obviously, you've got the mishaps table you got to roll on, where you could lose the Tenebrae. Because once that's, and you've got to purge the Psychers, you lose it, you don't have it anymore. So you've got to be careful. So yes. Side Titan was awesome. Tempted to make one myself, not this year. Last turn on Sunday, I managed to one-shot a Warhound and then shot a Warlord behind it. Ran out of time. Yeah. Oh, so yeah, because that was one thing they was asking me about on the Saturday about how that works. So I did sort of explain to Dave. I think that's when you sort of come and joined us, I think, in the conversation. So yeah, having that Side Titans are just they are worth their points, but yeah, you've just got to be careful. That psychic manifestation table can really hurt, as you can see, as you know. So you've got to be careful, big time. It's all well and good, but when something goes wrong, it goes wrong big time, which isn't fun. Right, so try. Right, yes, so now we're going to do this base bit quickly with Mechanica Standard. So I've gone over with my tried and trusted Halford's Grey Primer. I double coated it with that, and just get an old smeggy brush, bit of water. You don't have to be thick. You don't have to really be exact, because if you do leave some of the bottom part showing, it will give a little bit more difference to the overall look when you do your dry brushing with the Tyrant Skull, as I normally use, and then Agrax wash it all, because that's what you want. You want to create that sort of sense of shadow throughout anyway, so it gives a bit more depth all round, really. So give it a little bit of a, not deliberately trying to coat the entirety of this, but again, it's just a brush over, doesn't hurt, because again, it just gives more depth to the actual base when you do get around to doing the later stages. But this bit doesn't take the longest. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. And Phil is back. I didn't even realise that you'd gone, Phil. Did you say anything? No, you didn't. So I didn't know you'd gone. But welcome back anyway, mate. Always a pleasure. I think Scott was still in here. He might be just listening in, lurking. That he was about earlier on, at least. Right, okay, let's get on with the Agrax, because obviously that's going to need time for that to dry. And what I will do, I do like to just do a little bit of watered down over the white sections, so it's not too strong, but everywhere else you just give it full Agrax power. You want it to, don't want to darken it down too much, basically. Not on the armour plates anyway. Everywhere else it's fair game, but pardon me. I just like to pull, and it has a good effect when it does do that as well. You can see it's starting to pull down the bottom there, because that's what we want. We want it to pull in the lower sections, because it's the accumulation of dirt and grime from all the battles it's involved in. Let's get in there. Full power to the Agrax. Exactly, David. She cannot take it, Captain. Full power. Yeah, it's, as regular viewers will know, Agrax is my go-to. More so than Nuln Oil, especially on metals, because it just gives it a really nice sort of oily, dirty look sort of thing. And that's how I like it. Oily and dirty. So it doesn't hurt just to wash over with a little bit of water to weaken it on the white sections, as I said. But everywhere else, give it both barrels. So we're only trying to do it on these just to give it that little bit of shading around the edges. So if you get any pooling, that's the bit over the top, and just nab in there with your brush and grab it off as best you can. I'll just hold it on its little arm mount. Get in there. Yeah, this is a very straightforward method, but you know, it does give you the weathering on a very simple basis, but you know, without getting overcomplicated and going any further with, like, you know, doing like oil-based ones, which have their time and their place. On certain Titans, I have done oil-based weathering, but on these ones, I haven't, because it will probably would change the overall look a bit too much away from how I want it to look, basically. I'm reading Titan Death currently, picked up on the holiday. Awesome book, dude. I've read it, I think, twice, and I've listened to it about 3 times. It's really, really awesome. It was that coupled with Guy Haley, because I met him at the very last Horus Heresy Weekender, and I was taking photographs of my Ignatum and Krytos Titans and my knights that I had already done, and he turned up with his Solaria Titans, which he's basically done the maniple from the book. So it's a Venator light maniple with like Bestia Est and I think he had Domine, which Muhana was behind the wheel on. Great Mother Junior. Escher, Mankata Vi. So I looked at them and thought, oh no, they're really cool. And they did look really cool. And because of the story was really cool, everything was really cool. And so when you get lots and lots of really cool, you have to go for it, because it'll be even really, super, mooper, duper, duper coolier. I'm making words up because of how cool it is. And Solaria, just that scheme, as I said, like the way I sort of went with it, it turns out really, really nice. Rob does a different style, but looks equally, if not better, than what I did, because obviously my one is the cheap and easy, the down and dirty approach to painting, where Rob takes pride in his work and does an awesome job with his. But yeah, the way I done it with mine, it's because it looks complicated as a scheme, but it isn't really. If you go about with an approach, which there is the video tutorial, a 5-minute tutorial that I did of how to do Solaria, it just works. And I will be honest, like with the finished look you got there, it's decent. It looks good, but when I did the oil weathering to it, that really made it look even more impressive, and actually looks nearer to how they look in the book, like all the artwork you get. So that's something to look into as well. If anybody out there is ever doing Solaria for AT, don't be scared of it. It's easier than you think. Stand up. Get up, stand up. Alright, these guys. Don't be scared. Add a little water. Get in there. Sling. Water it down. Awesome book. I'm in the final quarter, so looking forward to the upgraded Titans. Yeah, there's some really cool little bits in there. So all the fighting bits, especially. One of my favourite parts was actually right near the end, which I won't mention because obviously that will spoil things for not only you but for others who haven't read Titan Death. But yeah, now I mention it, I definitely cannot mention it to anyone. It's unmentionable. Evening Engine Phil and Kirill out Sif's back. Similar to yours, Lee, I added an extra few shades. AG, they're both awesomely. I'm surprisingly fast to do. I did 28mm Warlord main body in 1.5 hours. Exactly. Because it looks difficult doesn't necessarily mean it is difficult, you know. And after you've seen how easy it is, and that's the thing, like loads of people, I think, was it G Stealer on here, has done Solaria as well, and he's sort of done, like Rob, he's done a variation to what I've done. Like obviously, I think Rob, me and you sort of just developed our own sort of styles separately, I think, but they end up in the same ballpark. But that's the thing, like what I do in my little videos on here is just to give you a basic idea of how to go about doing it, so it's not so scary when you do it. But yeah, it's actually strangely relaxing when you do actually do it. What's a good book to read after? Well, it depends on if you're looking to finish off the Horus Heresy series before getting into the Siege, because the Siege books, all of them have been pretty decent and enjoyable. So, like Mortis, which was the last one I've done, I really enjoyed that from an Ignatum point of view. I know Phil doesn't agree with that because he thinks, what is it called, Mortis? He wanted more Mortis in it. But yeah, well, they've all been good. But if you have read or listened to the entirety of the Horus Heresy, there are certain books like Saturnine, which was Dan Abnett's first, which was book 4, I believe. Saturnine gives you so much payoff from things that have happened in the past. And again, I'm not going to give any spoilers, but you know, it is. I was reading that just going, oh yeah, you know, because where I have, you know, going from the very beginning. Although I didn't start reading until after Fulgrim came out. because it was I got Fulgrim when I was at Conflict, which was 2008, I think, because Graham McNeil was there signing Fulgrim. So I got a copy, and yeah, so I borrowed the first 4 from my friend Mike, read them, because like he'd been telling me about the stories, because I'm not one of those people that I don't mind spoilers. Personally, I'd rather know what goes on, and I'll say to people, just tell me what happens in the book. I don't care. I don't go and read the last page. I don't do that, but I don't mind if people tell me the plot of a story, because if I read it, I'll go, oh, that's what they were talking about, and I don't mind that. But obviously, other people's enjoyments, I'm not going to go there. But yeah, so he had been telling me about all the stories and bits and pieces that he liked. I read the books. I really enjoyed them, especially like the first 3. That's it. It locks you in generally. Flight of the Eisenstein and then Fulgrim. Again, just great. Those early books sort of thing. And I just really enjoyed the whole sort of journey all throughout sort of thing. There's probably 1 or 2 books. There's lots of short stories I didn't do, but there were other short stories I did do. So there are gaps in my reading, but as a whole, when you come down, because the whole thing about the heresy, we know how it starts and we know how it ends, but it's the getting there, it's the journey, and there's lots of stuff in there in between, lots of different scenes in different books, and you have all these memories that you have from reading them. But with the Siege books, because it's a self-contained setting and that, it can go on its own, but it's nice when you had that little bit of like, oh, and you remember things that happened in the past, and it finishes them off, sort of thing. Like characters and all that sort of stuff turning up and disappearing and doing other bits and pieces. But we're worth it. So yeah, if you're staying with the heresy, from Titan Death, you've only got a couple of books before the end anyway. So like the Praetor of Dawn, I really liked that, because that was really, really cool. Buried Dagger, which was the last book in the series. There was another Dark Angels one as well, wasn't there? Finger Caliban. Phil, you're a Dark Angel player. You'd know which one that was, wasn't it? Which I can hardly remember what happened in it. And now I'm worried if I haven't read it. I know I've got it. I don't know if I've read it. I must have. I just don't remember. I honestly don't remember. Oh, if you haven't done already, Wolf King and Wolfbane, they're pretty cool, because they set other things in motion, and they're just a cool read, really. Yeah. So yeah, Praetor of Dawn, definitely. Non-heresy related stories wise, Primarch books, Alfarius is a really nice book. That was Mike Brooks who wrote that one. But that is actually, I really enjoyed it, because I do like the Alpha Legion, but it's you're reading the history as told by Alfarius, and he basically says, I'll tell you this, but am I lying? So you can't. He's unreliable, because he's even saying himself, you can't trust what I say, because I might not be saying the truth. But from what he did say in the books and what you do find out in the books, I actually, because like, you know, in your hobby career you hear stories and stuff and people say, oh, this happened and this happened with this guy and that happened with that guy, and also stuff that actually happened in the early heresy books as well, like in Legion and stuff like that, because obviously that's when the Alpha Legion were in there. There's a few things that were mentioned and I thought, oh my god, I always remember there was that little bit of lore that said this, and he basically says it, and you go, oh my god. But yeah, that has got so much stuff in there that even if you reading it and it's Alfarius telling you this, you can actually read it and you can actually go, you know what, that could have actually happened. And you do sort of believe him, but you have to bear in mind that it's Alfarius and they're not going to tell you the truth. Or is he? He might be telling the truth, making you think that he's not. Who knows? It's confusing. But it was such a good little story. That was recommended to me by Matt Wingrove, the Titan Owners Club dude. And because he basically said, you know, within the first 10 minutes, you'll be going, oh my God. And he was right. It might have been about 15 minutes, but it was an oh my God moment when you find out the first little tidbit that Alfarius tells you. I could not make the full scene of Mahana 3 generations around the amniotic tank as it did not fit into the Warlord head. Yeah, no, that would have been... The Warlord head's not big enough for you to do that, is there, really? That's the problem. And there was no mortis in it. There was mortis, but not enough. I've not read much for years, so I'm a bit behind. And I think 1 or 2 books after Imperium Secundus is formed, I think. I started on the Solar War. The battles described there are such epic proportions. The Solar War, yeah, you know, again, John French done a pretty good job with that, because it's a book and he's trying to tell you just how vast the invasion of the solar system was and how they went about doing it. And the little bits and pieces in there, like how, you know, Dawn had set out the defensive formations and stuff like that, and what happens here, there, and everywhere. Because obviously, we know the traitors get into the solar system, but it's just how it goes about and the sheer scale of hundreds and thousands of spacecraft just unleashing almighty hell against each other. It's just yeah, it was a really good sort of, you know, because they're looking at the macro side of things, but then obviously events that happen in that lead into the one of the short stories that Graham done, The Sons of Selenar, which is based on Luna, which has a few familiar faces involved in that. Then, oh, I think who came after Solar War? I think it was... No, it was either Gareth Thorpe with the First Wall, or it was a guy with Lost and the Damned. I think it might have been Lost and the Damned, then the First Wall, and then Saturnine. Each book has been impressive, and you got to bear in mind this story is only covering like a month or so of the battle for Terra, because it lasted a couple of months, I think, but it's just like each step, and like you have the date of the 25th of Quintus. I'm on the wall. We're being shot. We're having lurgy thrown at us by Nurgle followers. But it is quite riveting all throughout. All the little bits and pieces that are going on, the little side stories, the heroic defences and the traitorous assaults. There's so much going on because there's the entire sort of palace region, which is hundreds of miles around. Because obviously someone's been busy fortifying everything and destroying things and making kill zones for like 10, 12 years before the traitors turn up. And when you've got Dawn going full on Imperial Fist with his legion, they fortify the hell out of that place. But yeah, it is pretty awesome. All the little bits and pieces, the little side stories and all that are really cool. The personal character experiences. I don't think there's a bad bit wrong in there. And in Lost and the Damned, Rob, there's going to be some interesting bits that you'll like in particular. I like Alpha Legion as well. Yes. And Tom, hello Tom. Oh dude, you beautiful bustards. No lie more believable than a half truth. My broke-ass arm is finally well enough to hold models again, back to cream panel trims. Well, you're a glutton for punishment with your broke-ass arm, but at least you're getting some hobby done, so that's the main thing. It is Lost and Damned, yes. Recruitment was pretty brutal. There's so much going on throughout the entire series. But there's, as I said, I'm still thinking of Saturnine because the stuff that goes on in there is one thing after another, and he's just like, yeah, payoff time, and payoffs are awesome. Yeah, it's all worth it in the end. But even if you haven't read the series, what happens in Saturnine? No, I've got to stop because I've got to blab out something. I'm not going to do that. But yeah, he's totally worth it. And anyway, it's Dan Abnett. Dan Abnett always does a good story. So next up, after Mortis, we've got the Warhawk, which is obviously the Khan going at things with Chris Wright, because Chris Wright is Mr. White Scar. He's done them proud, and he's done them justice as well. You know, like if you haven't read any of the Scars books, that's something that you might want to get into, David. So you've got Brotherhood of the Storm, which is a short story, or it's a novella, sorry. But that gives you a look into the White Scars characters, basically, and then you get into Scars, which is all about those said White Scar characters and their friends. So you'll have a good understanding of the backgrounds because they're dealing with Chogoran born White Scars and Terran White Scars, and the motivations behind them and the shit that goes down in that book and the things they get up to, which it really does reinvent the entire Legion. So if you've read like the Ultramarine books, like No Fear, and that Dan Abnett, and even like Prospero Burns, Dan Abnett reinvented with his writing the Space Wolves and the Ultramarines, because until those sort of books out, like you've only seen a few Ultramarines, and it was only really like Graham McNeil with like well, actually it was books that came after No Fear. So Graham's obviously an Ultramarine expert from his Uriel Ventris days, but Dan really did sort of flesh out the legions quite nicely in his books, and obviously Graham continued that trend with it was a short story. It was a really good short story. Oh bugger! Yeah, I can't remember it. Sorry. Rules of war, or something like that. Rules of Engagement. Sorry, Rules of Engagement, which he wrote, which was an interesting little story, and it has a really cool little like punch to it, because Goodman's already started work on the early forms of the Codex Astartes, and they're utilising these lessons that he's teaching them to engage in anti marine warfare, basically. But yeah, anyway, I digress. With the Scars books, so Brotherhood of the Storm, then Scars, then it's Path of Heaven, which just, I love Path of Heaven, which again is continuing the journey that the Scars are making from Brotherhood to their arrival at Terra. But there's so much that goes on in there, and you'll be surprised when you read it about the entire sort of White Scar Legion and how the Khan goes about things. But it all ties in, and it just works. It's beautiful. Oh, you have read it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just. And G Steeler's here. Hello, dude. Welcome, 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 one and all. I hope everybody is still happy with their hobby, because that's what it's all about, people. Being happy with your hobby. And that. Hey, come here. Get some of that off. That's still drying now. That can go away. So, are you hobbying tonight, G Steeler? It's about it's your normal sort of turn up point. I hope you've been all right. Apologies for last week. I know I did say that I wasn't going to be around because of the Titan walk, but I did almost come online. As I was driving home from the walk, I thought, ooh, I might get home at a reasonable time and be able to go online. But I thought, yeah, that'd be a great idea. I'll do that. But as I got nearer and nearer, I just got more and more tired because I'd been up since sort of 6 a.m. What with the long drive up to Milton Keynes, and then the amount of mental energy you use when playing a massive scaled game of Adeptus Titanicus really does take it out of you. And so I just thought, no, I'm not going to. No, let's just get home because I've got work tomorrow. Let's just take it easy and just get on with it. I'll be back next week, which I'm now back here, as you can see. Started working on some Battle of the Bulge Germans to spice things up from the normal 40k. That's the thing, Cyprian. It's nice to have little sort of, as I call, sorbet projects. Things that you can just take yourself out of a 40k heresy or whatever and do something different, because you find that it's more refreshing and revitalizing to your sort of hobby mojo. Because if you're sat down doing the same thing day in, day out, it gets more negative, and it's detrimental to your enjoyment, because you just look at it as a chore. And a hobby is not meant to be a chore. It's meant to be enjoyable, relaxing, apparently. So it's totally worth, just doing something different. So you're still hobbying. You're just hobbying somewhere else. So yeah, is that for what is it? Is it not Flame of War? Is it? Sorry, I am terrible with game systems today. I can see the boxes. Oh dear. No, it's gone. Oh, Conflict 40. Oh, is it Conflict 47 you're doing? Because I know because that's the one with the little walkers and stuff, isn't it? Looks pretty cool. What would happen with the German military if they got past bolt action? Yeah, that's it. Sorry. But yeah, no, the Conflict 47 stuff was pretty interesting. So a friend of mine used to do Memoir 44. Again, there's so many sort of World War II based ones, but obviously Conflict 47 is World War II plus, because obviously it went past 1945. Not yet. Dinner at the moment. After that, how are you all? I'm personally, I'm fine. It's nice having you all here with us. Rob, it was awesome and draining. A lot to think about when that's going off. I was driving back from taking my kid to college, so I would have missed it. Oh, that's fair. And you paint Malifaux. I don't remember seeing your Malifaux. Yes, you sneaky devil. Bolt action, Conflict 47, which is the alternative history stuff. Yeah. A better palette cleanser than falling off ladders. Yeah. You wasn't. It wasn't the greatest plan to fall off a ladder, but yeah, at least you've got that out of the way and you're healing. So, and you're back doing some painting. So it's good. You've got that little break. Sorry, I don't mean not intended, Tom. All right, but that little a rest from the hobby. So you'll be more revitalized when you get back up to 100%. So, but it's good to see that you're actually back on it at least, mate. This is bolt action. Though the beauty of Conflict is that I can add them into a bolt action army, no fuss. Well, same scale now, aren't they? So no difference really. These are specifically for bolt action. I mean, all right. Neverborn crew. Yeah, I looked at doing, well, maybe not doing Malifaux, but doing a crew. But I think because I couldn't decide on a crew to do, so I never took it any further really. Yeah, I did. Happens to the best of us. Right, let's get this bad boy out of the way. Just or wash for the wash guard. Slapdash and quick. Doesn't have to be detailed at this stage, because I'll probably give it another little dry brush and some lighter colours onto the masonry in particular. I'll have to double check on what I did with the last lot, but so where I done the sort of random sort of brushing of Mechanica Standard earlier on, that will actually help, because you've got lighter and darker greys, so the wash will sort of conform to it differently, and obviously the dry brush will of the Tyrant Skull will also have an effect. And the beauty of having the agrax over your buildings as well is it gives it that burned out look as well. So it's like, you know, the building's been destroyed by incendiaries or whatever, and it's just been horribly burnified. I don't think that's a technical term, but I'm using it. As I say, I'll dry brush over the building anyway to make it stand out more from the base, and that is the cunning plan. As cunning as a fox educated from the University of Cunning, Oxbridge. Bosh. No, just same scale, same company who makes both systems, so Conflict uses the bolt action rules. Oh, I didn't even know that. It's a fun system. Uses playing cards as a dice. The Malifaux, yeah. Because Scott did a really awesome looking Malifaux team. I think he was playing it with Jim. Can't remember. It was a couple of years ago. But that might have also been a palette cleanser. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I just remember him painting some really nice looking freaky dudes. People levitating and all that. Yeah, the usual, as you do. And so I'm just going to put this on charge. Put that over there, out the way. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Please get out of the way. Right. So, back onto him. Let's get our reference Reaver. So we can see. Yeah, you can see obviously where I went over the egg rats on here and sort of not putting it in the same positions all the place. It just gives it that sort of like, you know, where flames have licked up the side of the actual building. I'd say give bolt action a try. The way they do it in Initiative is my favourite of any game system. Each army has a number of action dice made from how you build it. Said dice are all put into one bag. And you draw from the bag randomly, so you could have your dice in your enemy's dice pulled out, or your enemy's dice pulled out. Works really well, and a dice mix of alternating and binary initiative system. Because did I do alternate activation system as well? And Phil has just sent me a picture. Oh my God, Phil! That is disgusting. That is one sick baby. Now I'm checking Messenger, Phil. That is. All right, hold on. that is the stuff of nightmares. And so for those who haven't seen Phil's Warbringer, that's his Warbringer, which is a really nicely painted Titan. Can't say fairer than that. It is a beauty, and the weathering on it is proper good. It's proper good, dude. What happened to make us purple? Oh, there it is. Ew. I want one. It's alternating, but it's random, so you could pull 3 of your own coloured dice out. When you do, you have 3 activations in a row, but then there's more of your enemy's dice left in the bag, so it's balanced. Yeah, that's fair. Tom, so anyway, what's everyone's thoughts on the incoming Close Combat War Master? We are talking the Iconoclast. So I won't be getting 4 of them. 2 only. 1 will be with Legio Kratos, because yeah, it's Legio Kratos. It has Kratos written all over it. The other one, I'm not sure. It's not going to be Solaria, because 1 War Master is enough for them. So I might actually, I don't know, should I put it into the Fire Wasps for balance, so they've got 1 of each? Although my initial thought was putting it with Ozydax, the cockatrices. I'll probably have to think on that more before actually committing to a loyalist one. Traitor, as I said, Kratos every day of the week, because it's their thing. Something that's that big, going around tearing down buildings because it can. That's Kratos. So yeah, that's something that's going to happen. So that's probably not going to be that far away either. So if they're already sort of showing it and saying it's going to be sooner rather than later, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is next month, because if we think about it, we had the Maniple set and the War Master turn up in April. So it's been 5 months. Apart from the Volkites, there's not been a major release for AT. Although there was a lot in April, but then obviously some of that was like the Precept box, I believe, was meant to be out for Christmas last year, but COVID. So yeah, I think if they do something next month, then that leaves a couple of months before Christmas. Whether or not we'll get another battle box type thing for Christmas, no idea. Because again, you know, what with everything that's going on, and we had a battle box released, battle group box, sorry. I don't know. I honestly don't know. and why. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see him doing 2 boxes in a year. Admittedly, yes, that one was delayed, but it's just not their style to do 2 boxes in a year. So, yeah. So you might just get some more options or variants or weapons, or who knows. Also, we've got the traitor loyalist, traitor Legio's book, so that's got to come out. So yeah, I'd say that'll be sort of next. I'm saying next month. I have no basis for that, other than it feels right by what they've been saying. But because I know they said about the Volkites when they first showed them off, and then said, "Oh, these aren't actually coming out until June." They haven't done anything like that with the Iconoclast. So we will see, won't we? Really. So. You should start Legio Destructor. Funny you should say that, because Phil in the chat, Legio Destructor was the Legio he wanted to do, but Legio Destructor has only been mentioned in Titan Death, but they don't have any rules for him. So that's how he ended up being Metallica instead, because Metallica is like his favourite band. So it seemed like the thing to do. He went with his heart. I can't decide if I want to put it in a Firewasp or a Storeroom. Well, with a Storeroom, you've got that their rule where they've got that good sort of reactor buff thing, haven't they? So that's quite handy. However, Firewasps with their their up close and personal trait, where they get rerolls on within 12 inches, and it is a close combat Titan. So rerolls on your sort of the Kratos pattern Devastator chain sword and the Grav, well, the claw or the Grav, because there's a Grav weapon, so it's a shooty weapon or the clawy weapon. So I don't think I've seen. I might just completely been oblivious to it. So there's that. Plus, it's got the Gatling things on top. Those Gatlings, they must be similar to macro Gatlings. Must be. And there's 2 of them. So it's like it would be paired, I would have thought, or something. But they're going to be lethal up close. So I might be talking myself into having a Firewasp one now. Yeah, possibly. It will come out with the traitor book for sure, right? More than likely, because that's the thing in that really awesome little cartoon they did about it. They were saying about it being heretical. So even though both loyalists and traitors have one, they were going from the heretical side. So yeah, you probably will come out with the traitor book. I don't like the chain fist. I might use a Forge World Knight chain fist with some sort of kit bash. You've got that space to do it. Demon engines. Yeah, well, that's the thing. They've mentioned corrupted titans several occasions now in previous books, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see corrupted rules for corrupted titans and knights in the traitor book. I've got to make a document with which legios I'm going to do it on. Well, that's what I do. I actually keep on, because I can do this now, on what is that there? Right, that's better. Yeah, so on my notes, I have all my Legios on there. So basically, what Titan class, what their names are for all my Titan Legios. Solaria. Well, Solaria, I actually put down what weapons are, but obviously that's going to change. Damicium. So yeah, so the War Master, which is Velentillus Fortis. Then Centurions then is the Warlord, Behemoth, the Warbringer. The 4 Reavers, Pertinacia, Enduring Virtue, Equeza Gladii, and Impervious Bellatrix. And then the War Hounds, Heart of Wrath, Child of Ruin, Rampager, and Iron Defiance. But you can see that. But keeping lists really does make it a lot easier to keep track of stuff. So it's a very useful thing to do. So I would heartily recommend you doing that, because at least you can think, oh, I can just look up what I've named something, or keep it in your mind. So far I've got Audax, Kulisetai for sure, but not sure what to do with the rest of the stuff. You did, no Colours Game either, yep. Was Ataris made from Destructor engines? No, Ataris was made from Ozydax. Ataris and their Forge World was a colony of Phaeton, which it was in the background. Phaeton rivaled Mars. It was, it had lots of resources and it was becoming very powerful. But it upset Mars in some respects, and then when Fabricator Hal went rogue, he remembered just how much Phaeton had pissed him off, and so they went out there and really sort of kicked its ass. And Ozydax got hammered because they were dangerous as a Legio, because they'd become very good at what they did, which was kicking the crap out of people. But yeah, Mars remembers, and Mars basically put them on the top of their list for taking out when the heresy was kicking off, because they could have been a major threat. But obviously, because of the slight they felt, because Phaeton was doing great work, and where Phaeton basically sent 1/3 of the Ozydax Titans to Atremadia, I think, in the Belt of Iron, to create Legio Ataris. So Ataris are descendants of Ozydax, which makes them even more cooler. I think Loyalist Books has rules that specifically mention possesses Titans, so they're useless until the book comes out. I wouldn't have thought they would have. Oh yeah. So just so I think some of the stratagems or something, which only really work against, we said, like possessed stuff. So it indicates that, yeah, with that and what was mentioned in Riser, and I think was mentioned in Crucible of Retribution as well, they leave these little breadcrumbs and hints and tips. So like in the Riser book, they mention about a warlord that had never, like when they opened up the stasis vaults and Riser, not only did they have an entire night house sitting in there, but they also had other Titans of the likes that haven't been seen for a while. So whether or not that's, and it was a big one, so that's why I thought it was the War Master. But there might be more. Because again, if you think about it, in the scale creep of Titans, we've got Warhound at 6. There isn't a 7. Then you've got the Reaver at 8, Warbringer at 9, Warlord at 10, nothing at 11, then Warbringer at 12. So they've got space to put in new engines. So, hopefully we get like a Scale 7 and a Scale 11 at some point, because that was always the intent. When they first done AT back in 1988, because of the lack of ability to make moulds and to make different types of Titans in plastic, they just done the Warlord, and then they done like Nightgaunt, they done Nemesis, they done Eclipse, Deathbringer, which is one that I would really like to get hold of, a Deathbringer. And they were all meant to be different class of Titans, but they done them as variants in that. But that was the intent, was that they would have different Titans, and eventually we got the Reaver and the Warhound. But all those other named ones should have been Titans in their own right. And Nemesis Titan has been mentioned before. You've got the Rapier Titan, which is Light Scout Titan, that was mentioned in Titan Death. Jackal class, which was mentioned in the Loyalists Legio's book, I think. Or was they mentioned in Riser as well? Well, yeah, there's been several. There's loads of Titans that have been mentioned. It's whether or not they're going to make models for them. Yeah, so I might have to just put some feelers out. Deathbringer, because I like the Deathbringer because like the little diorama pictures they done for the original AT. There's this one picture where you've got a Deathbringer Warlord of Ignatum facing off against 3 Mortis Warlords. And the Deathbringer had like all the weapon slots. They had like plasma destructors on the roof, and really big nasty weapons. And the 3 Mortis Warlords were sort of like had auto cannons type affairs going on. So it was like, well, if you look at it from that point of view, they haven't got the heavy hitting weaponry to do the big damage, whereas the Deathbringer has. So he can just go padoom and obliterate. And no reason we can't have more than one class of each scale as well. It's true, Felix. We could get a doubled up scaled Titan. So yeah, we could get like another, because I think there was meant to be like another sort of variant, like on a Reaver or something. Because I think that's what the Warbringer was meant to be like a Reaver variant, but because it was slightly bigger, they made it a different scale. But who knows? It would be nice to actually get some of these things out and see them on the battlefield and see models for them, because as I say, we've recently had the 3rd anniversary of AT, and they have, unlike before, they've really backed it. They have supported it, much like Blood Bowl and Necromunda. So they've got the support there, and they're putting the work in. So it's just a case of maybe once they get some more models out every now and again, because we've got the basics of everything. I think there's one. We've got one knight missing, which is the Asterius. Although saying that, we have got the the Valiant and the Dominus class. We've got no Dominus class in AT, and we've got no Armigers. So whether or not they will come into being at a later date, I would hope so. But we just don't know. Pardon me. More than that, they invented the heresy so they can only have one sprue to cast, and the same models could fight each other. Yeah. And then they expanded it with the other supplements they brought out, like Codex and Space Marine and stuff like that. Weirdly, I don't think there's any variants of the Reaver mentioned, not even Lucius. Well, that's the thing, because initially, like, the Warbringer Nemesis, the Warbringer is the class, and Nemesis is the subclass. And Nemesis was explained somewhere, was Nemesis part meant that it was a particular style of Titan which had a higher Titan grade weaponry mounted on it. So that's why you've got the Warlord Quake Cannon / Volcano Cannon on the Warbringer. So it's like an artillery type version. So they had support and heavier hitting weaponry. Goth and the Hun were actually variant of our configurations of Reaver. So you've got the Goth, Hun, and the Vandal, which are variants of the Reaver. So it depends on what the weapon loadouts are, basically. The Hun is like the standard Mars pattern. So we're an APOC launcher, Gatling Blaster, and the Las Blaster is the Hun variant. The Vandal, I think, had heavier weapons for Titan killing. The real, big type ones. Such as also like with Warhounds, you've got, was it the Jackal and Hyena, and another one. They each had 3 subclasses, or as I said, variants or configuration. Sorry. Which was quite funny. The other week, my friend Gary Church was posting on the Mortis group a list of all the different Titans that had been mentioned in literature and all that, and he was doing like the configurations basically, and I just said to him, I said, so what about the Hyena configuration? When you got that on there for the Warhounds? He goes, is there one? I went, yeah, it's on the certificate you get with your Warhound. And he's just gone, oh my god, I've got that same certificate on my wall and I didn't even notice. Mastiff, yeah, that's it. So yeah, even the best of us can just miss those little clues. It was quite funny. It's like I'm sitting here and my finger's right next to me and I didn't even notice it was there. So easily done amongst us. Right. Right, where are we going to go now, he says. Now, do I put magnets in or do I start sticking bits together? No, because I've got to do some more painting first. So let's get the correct white out again. Get them now. Forward down again. Goes on. That's Warlord variants mentioned in old OT were Night Gaunt, Eclipse, Deathbringer, and Nemesis. Yeah, there you go. The Eclipse one had a lot of lasers on it, as far as I remember. And say like with in Heresy Warlords, we've not had all the weapons come out for that, obviously. But there's one, the Saturnine las cutter has not come out in 40k Scout. So whether or not that will make an appearance for Warlords, who knows? So they must do a good trade on the upgrades and their Quake cannons, the new Volkites, which I did get several for my Warlords, because obviously that's the problem when you've got a lot of Titans, you've got a lot of them to fit out. So I think the ones on the Warlord ones are actually the better ones anyway, because that's the thing. It's when you've got, it's nice to have options, but you know, sometimes like the Vulcan Mega Bolter on the Warhound is, the price and cost, it is a no-brainer really, and it's going to do a better job against shield stripping compared to the Volkite. I don't think the Volkite and the Warhound gives you much to really think, you know, I'll do that instead of a Vulcan Megabyte, because that's what you want. You want to be able to say, look at your things, look at your Titans, and go, right, okay, actually, I prefer to have this particular weapon. You know, it might be 5-10 points more, but it could help you out in a certain situation. You know, if you're up against certain Titans or whatever. But as I say, sometimes you just get a weapon that is just, say, like Plasma Blast Gun is a no-brainer on Warhounds, really. Though, unlike some people, I don't like going for the hot dog configuration, which is 2 Plasma Blast Guns, because that is asking for trouble. Although, as devastating as it is, it's the chance of you know, overheating is greatly enhanced, especially with Warhounds, because you don't get a lot of reactor to play about with, really, do you? Is there a Dachshund pattern though? If you build it, it will come. Dachshund. Schnauzer. Schnauzer pattern. Or Still wet. Damn you. You can hear over the back there seems to be some sort of social get together. Adeptus Wienerdogius. I'm really annoyed there are still weapons that haven't been released. Plasma and Warlord Chainfist Lascar. Yeah. I mean, if you tend to use them as heavy attack bombs, then hot dogs are fine. Well, yeah, there is that. I think, you know, as a personal thing, when I play a game, I don't go out there thinking I'm just going to blow somebody up with an overheated warhound. I want to try and bring all my warhounds and reavers and warlords back home again. But there are circumstances that may arise where that might not be an option. So, yeah. Yeah, so with I chose a Volkite arm on my Warhound more for a little character for my Renegade Legio. Mecha Bolter is still my favourite. Yeah. Oh, hello, dude. I just recognised your yeah, no, yeah. That's the thing. It's if you play it, do you play it characterful, or you play like, you know, what you see is what you get, obviously, or you go with the win at all costs type scenario. I don't do the win at all costs. I'll try and build a mana pool in a characterful way, but also being able to sort of balance out that Legio, those Titans, so I can, you know, survive. You know, if you was, say, for instance, doing some sort of campaign thing where surviving is beneficial to your force, that's what you want to do. So, yeah, going out with plasma like hot dogs all the time is not conducive to a happy lifestyle. I like playing more RPG style, recording kills, and yeah, exactly, Felix. It's what that's what I kind of like, and I think a lot of players do. But you do get that, you know, little section of people that are, oh yeah, I've got to have the best stuff to go and kick everyone's arse, and be the biggest baddest dog about. I that's not how I do things. So I'll keep playing how I play. But yeah, there are people out there that do that. It's not, you know, so I'd rather have a little story to have. And as you say, like with the big stuff from the Titan Walk, most of us Princeps get invest in getting a kill banner for our Titan mana pool, and then you can buy kill tokens, which gold ones represent warlord kills, and then everything else is represented with a silver token. So there's nice little, you know, groovy, story-driven items to have as a Titan Princess for doing these big walks that we do. But yeah, it's nice. I wish I did actually, all the games I've played with Titans, I wish I did record everything. I do have my kill list of what I killed from during the Titans Walk event last year, but that's the only listing I have. Which, to cut a long story short, with the army sizes that you made for the 5 games involved, so you had 1 game at 1,000 points, 2 games at 1,500 points, and then 2 games at 4,000 points, 2,000 points. So it's 8,000 points overall. Out of all the games, I'll tell you once I find the thing. Legio. Oops. Right. So yeah, so out of the 5 games, so obviously total kills, because I killed everything, I killed 8,000 points worth of models for the loss of 1,770 points of models, which was basically so my kills, I killed 6 warlords, 10 reavers, 3 warhounds, 7 porphyrions and 6 lancers, and lost 4 warhounds, 1 porphyrion and 10 cerastus. Most of those losses were in the last game, which was against Legio Volpa, because they were playing a Fortis Maniple, and 2 of their Titans were sitting on top of, so not only were they merging shields and not moving, they were sitting on top of a void shield generator. So they just, like, you know, it took a lot to actually whittle down their shields, but the shields eventually dropped. But by then I'd lost 6 lancers and 3 warhounds. It was the most bloodthirsty game that I participated in that weekend, because, as I said before that, I'd only lost 1 porphyrion, 4 knights, sorry, and 1 warhound in the previous 4 games. It was an absolute bloodbath, and it was appropriate seeing it was Solaria, so I had very light Titans up against a lot of heavy Titans. As you said, like, there was 6 warlords I went against. I only fielded 1, and that was only in my 2,000 point list. And I went up against, as I said, in the 5th game, I was up against 3 warlords in Myrmidon and 4 porphyrions. But that, I was very lucky in that one. Well, yes. As an Nordics player, Suicidal Hound sounds very fluffy. Yeah, well, very attacky, very, very bitey. But that's common just to play game style. I would absolutely love to do AT-18 campaign. I feel that AT is more character play, whilst 40k in general is much more power gaming. It's the way of the beast, unfortunately. So you're taking issue with that for a Mo. The plasma is still better than a Las Hound if you don't overcharge. It's very flexible if you play it sensibly. There is that, but in the big AT, like for the Titan walks, one of my warhounds has now got 10 kills out of 3 battles, and that's equipped with a turbo laser and Vulcan Megabolter. So the other one has plasma and turbo laser. So normally, yes, without overpowering it, I'm firing the Vulcan and the plasma, for example, to take down shields, and the turbo lasers, because cooled shots are an art form. Most of my kills I've got are through cooled shots. Yes, you're only getting 2 shots with a turbo laser, But if you're hitting a badly damaged location and you get one hit, that could be the kill shot. And I say I've done at the last walk, Tacit Venatrix got a kill shot on a Reaver, taking out his ankles. 2 shots fired, 1 shot hit, and then that 1 shot penetrated and killed. Put it over the ledge. And the same with a Reaver and the other Titans, basically. So, you know, targeting is, you know, you got to take, it is something that you have to use. So I know most people will go for plasma, but if you're shooting a plasma and you can't do cool shots, and you go, I've got to hit the body, oh, I've hit the leg, or oh, I've hit the head, oh yeah, or worse still, you've hit a weapon. Oh yeah, that weapon's dead. But yeah, you know, it's I like to sort of have that flexibility, and so not going OTT with the plasma. Although yes, it might be sort of weakening me in some respects, but being able to do a cooled shot with a high strength weapon that we have available to a Warhound is very handy in those situations. Sometimes it might not pay off, but still, you can target where you need to shoot on a 5+. So, or 5+ with reroll if you're at Ignitum within 12 inches. I'll be making little purity seals of mine with the name, year, and engine type. Yeah, didn't Lee do that? Lee Goddard do that with his. He put the little ribbons with the names on. Do Lancers go on the kill banner? I thought it was just Titans. Yes, it's only Titans. So in some respects, probably why, you know, I didn't take Knights with me for the last one. Because if Knights kill Titans, that's a kill marker, but not the other way around. So yeah, you know, like a Porphyrion, very helpful, but you won't get any kills if you kill a Titan with a Porphyrion. Well, you should, no, sorry, you do, but not the other way around. Legio Volpa, most bloodthirsty game. Checks out. Yeah, it because Fortis, where you've got Reavers and Warlords, and you can merge shields, and plus if you don't move, your locations the attacker doesn't benefit from like the +1, +2, +3. So that's really hard going. And so that's why I lost so many Titans. Plus he had a Porphyrion there that was sniping, which didn't help at all. And that was quite brutal to sort of deal with. So, yeah, it was such a hard game to play against. And the thing that I do moan about this bit, where I was squadroning my Warhounds. I had 2 squadrons of Warhounds because Solaria, you can swap out mandatory Reavers for Warhounds. So I was using a Dominus maniple. So it's a Warlord, 2 Reavers, 2 Warhounds, and then 2 Banners of Knights. So I had 2 banners of 3 Lancers. I had 4 Warhounds because I swapped them out. I had the Warlord, and at the time before the nerf, I was able to have 2 Porphyrions as a support sort of thing. So with that, I was very mobile, and obviously I was merging the shields. So each 2 squadrons of Warhounds, so that you move at the same time. So you move and shoot as one. So 2 squadrons. But the guy I was up against, he had a Porphyrion in a sniper position, because I was sort of like, I was in not a good sort of position as such. And this Porphyrion, the guy playing it was targeting to shoot a point between the 2 Warhounds. So because you've got to have the Titans bases touching, they've got to merge their shields. They were firing in, and basically they were doing like the first 5 things. They was hitting on a 3+, and he was hitting most of the time, to be fair. And when he scattered, it only scattered like 1 or 2 inches. So in one barrage, he was doing 12 hits on my shields because he says, I'm targeting this point. Now for me, when I fire a blast template, I place it over the centre of the Titan. So that's where it hits and then it scatters. But he was targeting a point between the two. So he was hitting both shields. So to me, he should have, that's a called shot because he's aiming for a specific place. So he should have been hitting on a 5+, but apparently he could do that. I've bitched about it several times to people, and I said, no, you can do that. But in the character of the game, it doesn't feel right, if you know what I mean, because it's a called shot. You're aiming for a specific point. Plus the fact the point he was aiming for was behind the lead Titan. So it didn't feel right. But apparently you can do that. But it's very gamey, so I don't do it. I could do it, but I don't because I feel it's wrong. You know, but if anyone does it to me, I'm going to kill you. Right. Yeah, coming inside here. Knights were a bit much on the table, to be fair. It took up a lot of time. Oh, hello, MZ. Hello. Welcome. And hey, Phil. What about gold, silver pins for on the kill banner? The gold ones are for warlords only, because it was stated by like Matt and that it should represent a warlord is a big target, and it's like, you know, it should be, you know, given the honour of being a gold pin, but then everything else is silver. So Warbringers, Reavers, Warhounds are all silver. Although I would have thought Warbringers should have been gold, but anyhow. How are you, that family? That is how you should place templates, surely. We're getting rid of blast anyway. Are we? On Porphyry, well, that for me would have been the easiest thing to do for sorting out or nerfing the Porphyrion, was that it still gets its blast, because you got to bear in mind all the weapons in AT are replicating the weapons from 40k. So, you know, in 40k a Porphyrion has blast on its magna things, and it is an anti-Titan knight, so it's got to have a little bit of va-va-voom. So I would have just said, yes, it gets 4 shots because its bigger replicant has 4 shots. But it shouldn't benefit from blast, as in it doesn't get the double hits. So you only get 4 hits instead of 8 with a Porphyrion. So that's a little bit better than getting hit 8 times or 16 times if there's 2 of them. Because obviously they changed the squadron size, but I would have said increase the cost for 1 because they were cheap, but just drop. The easiest fix was just to drop that double hits on the blast, because there's nothing written anywhere on the data sheet for the Porphyrion. So just saying a fact, come out, they don't benefit from it. That was the easiest fix, really. But they should have been a little bit dearer anyway. For the Walks, turtles will lose blast. They are too powerful. You don't have to lose blast. You just got to lose the bloody double hits. That's just easy. because then you're nerfing them too low by not having the blast, because then you're not scattering. But then if they lose the blast, they can target shots. I'd rather not have that, thank you very much. 4 targeted, no. I'll have to have words with people. The Asterius usually lost blast. Gatlings have blast 2. It's bollocks. Yeah, that's a fault. They do, don't they? Yeah, that is weird. Yes. Yeah, I'm fine, MZ. Thank you very much. Yeah, work. I actually had a customer come in. This was yesterday, and she's spent some time in the shop looking around for carpet because she's moving house like that day, and she needed to have carpets for 2 rooms and a stairs landing sort of thing, and she had to have it down. She wanted to take it away with her, which ordinarily isn't a problem. She's chosen a carpet we had on one of our racks, and I went, right, I'm just going to have to check because I'm not sure if there's going to be enough on that roll, because I think some of that is sold and it's going out for a fitting during the week. So I'll just have to check. So I went and checked. I went through loads of our fitting invoices, and lo and behold, on Wednesday there was a job going out with most of that roll gone. So I said, I can't sell that one because it's mostly sold. It's going out for a fitting. And she's replied, but I'm here now. I'm here now. I can pay for it. I can take it away today. And I said, no, because it's already sold. And she went, but there's nothing saying it's sold on the roll. And so I said, yeah, well, I can see that, but that's why I said to you I'd have to check, because I knew and I had a feeling that it was sold. So before I'd worked out any prices or anything and committed to it, I had to check to see if it was sold. And it was. And then she started effing and blinding, storming out the shop, saying, F you, I'm going to make a complaint against you. I'm like, okay. that escalated quickly. I can understand she's under a lot of stress because she's got to do things quickly. But imagine if the shoe was on the other foot and it was her carpet that I sold to somebody else. How upset would she be come Wednesday? But nobody thinks of that. They're just thinking about themselves and their situation. And I wasn't rude to her or anything like that. And it's obviously me telling you, everybody in the chat this, it's been bugging me because I'm not, I'm the nice one at my store. My boss is a grumpy bastard. By his own volition, he's a grumpy sod. But yeah, it was just like, okay, I want to help you out, but yeah, it was frustrating and annoying, and it just sort of, you think, did I say something wrong? Did I offend her somehow? Obviously, you know, I'm just being honest with her, and I didn't work out any prices or anything. So yeah, that's the sort of people I have to deal with. It hasn't been too bad. That's why I've been working there for 17 years. Anywho, yeah, I thought Gats had ordnance. They do have ordnance, but in 40k they also have blast. So what I was saying earlier on about Porphyrions and stuff, it doesn't really work. So that's a load of bollocks. But that was the official line. All good thing here. Good to hear. So everything, yeah. Right, back to Titans. Sorry about that. I was just getting something off of my chest. Right. So hop. Yeah, so check that out. Might do some magnets, stick some magnets in. Alright, glue. Yeah, they're a bit rude, but yeah, it's a way of the beast, unfortunately. I should have said there was 3 minutes left. That's yours if you want it. Probably would have killed me with some sort of ray gun that she had on her. I don't know. Don't have it in stock. Don't have it in stock. What does she want you to do? I know, but that's the thing. It's like, as I said, I can understand that she wants to get something done today, and the problem with her as well, for her, I should say, is that our store is the only one in the area that has like stock in store that you can actually take away. So she's either had to go further afield to find said flooring that she wants, because all the other guys don't hold roll stock. So like Carpetright and Tappy don't hold anything in store. So she's either going to have to go further afield to find something, or just come back. So who knows? The annoying thing is, I did actually find, oh you bugger, we actually had a roll in stock. But I didn't get the chance to actually have a look because she just flew off the handle and stormed out. We actually had a whole roll. Not on the racks, but in the storage racks. But yeah, so I lost the sale, but it was a bit of a not a nice sort of person to deal with. All I know is we need more plasma and macro gatlins. That's fair. Where is it you work, Lee? We need carpet for the stairs soon. I work in Harlow, so obviously I travel from one side of Essex to the other side of Essex to because it's nicer working there. Sounds weird, but I've had less aggro with customers, apart from that one, in 17 odd years than I have had in like 1 week of working down at Thurrock. It was a nightmare. I've had death threats over carpets. But what I would suggest, David, is if you see a carpet in like Carpetright, for example, or there is a store in Basildon, Carpets for Less in Basildon, out near Pips Hill. If you either go into Carpetright or go into there, find a carpet you like, take down a name and details, and then contact me, and then I'll see what I can get done for you, and work out a price for you, mate. I'm off to bed now. I thought I'd pop in and say hello. Oh, it's lovely to have you here, and hello, and night-night, and sleep tight. Don't let any bed bugs bite. That's the important thing. I'll be starting my Renegade Reaver soon. Can I have carpet for the interior? Yeah, sure, why not? Does it need to be pre-blood stained, or are you adding that after? Well, most of the carpets nowadays, Felix, come with a fibre called polypropylene, which is bleach cleanable. So all those blood stains are easily get riddable. None at Phil, speak soon. I've been wanting a wall bringer for nearly 9 months, not threatening to burn down Forge World. If you burn down Forge World, you'll never get one. Patience is a virtue. Impatient people usually lose out, and honestly probably would have been more of a headache. Probably. Although they better hurry after this warlord, I will have idle hands. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, David. My store is in Harlow, but if you look locally, like as I said, Carpetright, there's one in Southend, there's one in Raleigh Weir, and there's one in Basildon. If you go into there, find a carpet you like in Carpetright, tell me what they call it. I can find out what we actually call it because they changed the names, and then I can work out prices for you from there because we will be cheaper. And I'm not just saying that, but also friends' prices. So there you go. But yeah, it's up to you, mate. But I'll be honest with you as well. We're coming up to Christmas, and it's only going to get mental. Because the supply chain is completely stuffed up, mate. You're looking some carpets that, like Carpetright, for example, some carpets you might be quoted sort of like 4 weeks. If they quote any less than that, and it's not something they've actually got physically in the store, they're bullshitting you. Everything's taking longer to get a hold of across the whole board. Like even companies that would normally take 2-3 days to come into us, they're quoting a week and a half at the earliest. So just so you know, because I used to work for Carpetright, and some of the salesmen that I used to work with would tell you whatever you wanted to hear, get your money. Once you've got their money, they don't give a toss. So just putting it out there. But yeah, if you do see something elsewhere and you want a second opinion, just give us a message. No problem. Done it loads of times for loads of people, especially those that live too far away for us to cover. Selling carpets online. I didn't think it was like this. Oops. Broke it. I'm a supply chain manager for heating and plumbing wholesaler. Everything is on 4 weeks plus lead time. Yep. So I get it all the time when I've got, I say, plumbers. I had glaziers in today, telling them about the problems they have getting hold of stuff. Builders, decorators, all the time. So, yeah. It is what is happening, unfortunately. Everyone just keep safe as best you can, and you know, as long as you got food, that's all that matters. Home furnishings can come later. Where did I put that? Oh, there it is. So this is what I do with weapons. Magnet, super glue, you can get in there. Small magnet, if I can get the bloody thing to separate. That's it. Place said weapon above said magnet and drop it, because at least then the polarity will be the right way. push in, done. And then repeat. Because you've got the magnet underneath, the polarity will do the work for you. Oh, he says. Change the tack. Oh, you bastard. That's it. Voila! That's fine, that's in. Arm mounts. So turn that upside down as best you can. Yeah, sorry, I would be talking more, but have a magnet situation. So, ow! More magnet situations because I've just partially super glued it. I'm trying to separate the bloody thing. That's better. Right, you stay in there. Right, last. Well, that's done. Good, that works. Selling carpet in your hobby stream. Liam is taking salesman to the next level. Well, what's a salesman or a salesman? Appreciate the tips on that. Yet material shortages, prices going up all over the place. Food and Titans to build and paint. True, we got to do that. And don't leave out the God Engines Felix. Never. Night Felix Art 13. I hope you have a sweet dreams and pleasant snoozings. Night night. Right. So last magnet is that fecker. So I drill through that hole. And using the butt there, push that in a little bit more. I think that will do. So let them dry. Reattach the arm. Tidy the glue up that was spilt. Ooh. It's back in place. Alright, so that's that taken care of. Next phase, spiritual mystic equipment, so that's the magnets out of the way. Getting low on 50mm magnets, which is not best for situations to be in. Right. Iron breaker time. Get some of that on. I might need to get some more iron breaker, as this is, like most 2W stuff, tends to dry out. Going around, doing what I need to do. Get that off. Flat brushes make trim a lot quicker. Almost messed up a 30mm magnet the other day from a Warlord. I did not pre-fit it into the hole because 5mm sticking out. That's what I was having a problem with just then with the shoulder mount. No, sorry, the volcano cannon. It was wrong angle, and the magnet trick didn't help out because I hadn't cleared the hole properly. Because when I drill them out, I don't mind it being a little bit rough, because then that could be squashed down a little bit to help hold it in position better, and to secure it with the super glue. But yeah, that was a bit of a faux pas on my part. trim. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive it, mate. The flashbacks. Oh, where would you not go in? Get in the hole. For the golf fans amongst you, who would know where that phrase is from. Flat brush and trim, the only way to fly. Elevator music in the head. Get that going. So with these, it's only a slight difference in the silver, but it makes such a big difference because of the hue of Ironbreaker, which I'm putting on over the trim of the lead belcher. Because you want it to stand out a little bit better against the rest of the lead belcher as such. So that's that taken care of. Love flat brushes, yes. It is the way of the trimmer. It gets a sort of like official name for people that can just, because that's the thing, is like where everyone sort of like bemoans doing trim. If you use the right stuff, because I know like some people use like the metallic pens. I've tried it. I don't like it. Yes, it's easier, but it's just not the right colour in some respects. And then also, you know, it does you do lose it a little bit as well, where you're going over certain parts and paints interact with it differently. So I just thought, sod it, do it the long way, but flat brushes make it a hell of a lot easier. And that's something that you don't get a lot on other painting tutorials. They don't tell you this. I think I mentioned before on probably on the Artist Empire's stream, where I've been told by Tom Clark, like the main rules writer of the Heresy, sorry, not Heresy, for the AT, that after 100 Titans I have absolutely no right to moan about painting trim. So I try not to. To be honest, as I said, it's quite a calming thing, and it's not that difficult if you use a flat brush. So I do enjoy flat brush work. It does exactly what I want it to do, and quicker. And as you say, like where I've might have scratched a bit on there, doesn't matter, adds to the effect. That's how I see it anyway. Metallics are really powerful, even a slight shade difference will make a good difference. I believe it was praised for saving the Warlord magnet. Have you done the next pour yet? I'll wait until the first one is cured. Gives me time tomorrow morning for foot flaps. Sounds rude, but I like flaps. But yes. Get that going. And I say sometimes as well with painting, like the way I do it with this sort of dirty rundown look, sometimes less is actually more, because it, you know, if you've missed a little bit somewhere, as long as it's not, you know, got colour from like the purple, for example, as long as there's not much in the way of purple on the trim as such, not a problem if you've missed a little bit, because it just adds shadow and it adds depth in that respect. Let's give that a little freshen up. Just going to change the water. So if you wasn't aware already, behind that door is a cloakroom. So some fresh water is deployed. Yeah, I have had angled flat brushes. I still just prefer traditional flat for trim basis. But there have been times when I would just use anything to hand, really. But flat brush for trim is the way to go. Full stop, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Does what you want it to do at the end of the day, which is getting that metal onto the trim. So that's weapons, head, and body. It's just the actual armour plates. Should probably be doing better actually just sticking them on. David, how's your Lannister going? Oh wow, that's good. Really enjoy picking out all the details and skeletons. I always want piston housings to be of a different colour. Yeah. I like trimming with iron hands, thin down with airbrush thin and layer brush. Flows right. Oh, might try that in the future. I do like iron hands still. It's actually quite a nice flowing base paint anyway. Not too dissimilar to Lead Belcher, but just that nice lighter silvery tinge to it. I've probably used it several times without realising that it was actually that other than Lead Belcher when I should have been using Lead Belcher. But you just go, yeah. Does the job. That's what it's all there for. Currently doing heat bloom on Reaver lasers, volcanoes and melter cannons. All been there, dude. Weirdly enough, I just painted the backs of the Warlord toe pistons, so you can't even see the damn things when they're fitted. Yeah. Well, you always have models like that, don't you, where you just... I don't know why I'm painting this. You're not going to bloody see it, but you know it's there. And that's why you do it. Because it's there. And so from experience of painting lots of Emperor's Children, if you do, as I said to you earlier on, sort of miss with the silver on the trim, it doesn't look out of place. It actually adds to the weathering effect, like chipping, and it actually looks really nice. So until you get the chipping done on those Emperor's Children, it doesn't feel right. Just checking. Last bit. So that's that all done. I'm going to use Vallejo Air Metallics from the silvers now. They almost paint themselves. That's impressive. Yep, I paint the backs of all the panels and ankle pistons and everything because it will bug me knowing that that's the whole thing. That's when you get trapped in your hobby. You just can't help it. It's nice when you find that perfect mix of paint that just flows, no hassle. But they have so much detail. Why did the sculptor put so much effort into it if it's hidden? Maybe magnetize one just so I can show people it's painted. You could pull that off though, Rob. Oops, phone charger is needed. I've got my phone charger in. Always make sure. Force of habit anyway. Drops engine at Titan Walk. See, I painted the pistons, even the ones under the chair. Please no, that image hurts me. Struggling to get the blue or yellow of the storm right. Did a test panel and it's soaking in mess. And I get it stripped again. I don't know if he's still about, but Sif, if you're still out there, do you have any advice for Cyprin? If you are, seeing as you are the master of the storm, you've painted a few. Said I've only used. Did I use? I used Calidor's Sky for the blue, and I went over that with Drakenhof Nightshade, and then pretty much Avaland washed it like I did with the white on here, and then went over with a lighter layer of Avaland again around the edges. It looks okay to my eye, but may not be to your eye. That's what's important. Would have been worse. It would be a real concentration and awareness to walk around that mat during the walk. Jess, alright, I'm off for dinner. You have a great weekend. Yeah, take care, dude. Thanks for dropping in, and always lovely to see you. And I hope you have a lovely dinner, and you have a good weekend too, my friend. And we'll be back next Saturday, so we'll be here for you when you return. Also, please like if you haven't liked already. Much appreciated. Right. I turned the heater on about half an hour ago, and now I'm like really quite warm. I've turned it off since. Right. Oh, poop. Right. Does anybody have the Reaver construction manual for AT to hand? Because I haven't got it to hand. Because I would just like to know, because there is a method with these greaves to where they go. So which leg? So if it's 8 and 9, and if that's 7 and 6, or if that's 7 and 6 and that's 8 or 9. So that's what I need to know. So if anyone can help, that would be really cool. Bit of jacket too, I reckon. Yes. Large gaps on the inside leg. Dave, you're a lifesaver. thing is next page. Ah, there you go. These ones. Thank you. Yee! Right, yeah, so 8 and 9 is on that leg. Thank you, mate. That is awesome. It's not as if I haven't got loads of these bloody things lurking around, just not out in the shed with us. And I'd be gone for ages to head back in to try and find the buggers. Right, so 6 and 7. There's 7 on the outside. And 6 on the inside. Six is short than 7, therefore 6 is the inside leg. There is now known as Saturday Night Reaver QRF. Just check position first. Bingo! It's a tight fit because of the angle. I know Sif said earlier on that they would fit, which they do, but because of the angle I was a bit concerned with that, but that's alright. That works. Nice tight at the front. It's right on top of the front sort of ankle socket, but it's there where it needs to be. Just where of just cutting off the flash off here. And we'll give that a touch over, obviously once it's attached. All right, dude. Yeah, Phil, thank you for joining us. Hope you have a lovely sleep. And night night and sweet dreams, dude. May your dreams be filled of titans and much titan death. That's all we dream of. So there you go. Both legs are on and in position nicely. So that should be. Just go and dry fit. Get off. magnets are in place nicely. I do love a melted cannon. So lovely. I can assemble them without referencing anything, but it's those greaves, and to save mucking about, because I don't want to just like trial and error, so I just wanted to get it done. And Dave swung in and saved the day. Shoulder pauldrons. Got to head off to, thanks for the suggestion for the colours, see you next Sunday. Yeah, so Saturday for us, Sunday, yeah. No worries, dude. Take it easy, and I hope you have a wonderful hobby week. And I'd like to hear your progress when you see you next week. No, dude. So. Right. So, as it stands, literally as it stands, that's how it's coming along. So I'm not going to glue it in yet because I've got to obviously touch up the tops of the leg greaves, and also I want to be doing those decals on there, so I obviously won't get a chance to do that tonight because I'm going to varnish it all, so I've got a bit more to do in that respect. Oh, you off to bed as well, Dave? Thank you again for sending over those pictures, very helpful. So, and hopefully I'll see you next Saturday as well. And hopefully you'll get your Lanascara sorted out, dude. It will happen. That's not good. Yeah, no, that's good. Get the metal in the position. What's wrong with it? Put some medium into my lead belcher because this particular pot was getting a bit dry. You can't have paint dry out on it. So put some ball bearings in it and some medium just to make it a little bit more fluid. Yeah, leg armour tomorrow, then body armour on Monday. Took Tuesday off as well. Hopefully be able to get the Gauss blaster and fish painted. That's the plan. It might be tight, but hopefully it'll be done for the 4th. If not, I'll leave her at home. Oh, I think you're going to get it done, dude. You've got to get it done as well. Because having that there with the rest of your mana pool, everyone's going to go crazy over it because it's a sexy looking beast. I know I'm still here. I was just saying that to others. I see what you did there. Yeah. I weren't sure. I just played it safe. So, wouldn't want you to go to bed thinking that I hadn't wished you night night and don't let the bed bugs bite. You won't be able to sleep in torment. Nobody likes to be left out. We leave no one behind here. We're all part of a team. Team of awesomeness. And yeah, you still got a Warby to add to it, but still, Warlord speaks volumes, dude. You must have been looking at all those Warlords that were there the other day and just going, oh, gotta get mine done. Gotta get mine done. And you're rocking it, dude. You're getting through that really, really quickly. Like, I know John and Kirill got through theirs fairly quickly, but you've done just as fast, and probably with like John's got a fairly straightforward, but like all his skills in that weathering, the weathering on that Ignatum Warlord he's done is just beautiful. You know, with the base as well, it just absolutely owned that. But obviously with your one, once you get that that second lot of resin put in and sorted out, yours is going to look amazing. And if you're not approached by, you know, White Dwarf or something, then that is a travesty, and I'll be having words. Not that I have any sway, but he says. No, honestly, I don't. yeah, another small walk gave me some ideas. I'm not going yet either, by the way. No worries. I say it's nice to hear your voices and see your magical words appear in front of me, because otherwise I'm just talking to myself. Rambling like a loon. And we've just hit 4-hour mark, and that's pretty good going. I'm still feeling good. I'll go on for a little bit longer. I will have to. I probably won't make it to 1, because I do have to get up in the morning because it's my son's birthday tomorrow. So, and I've got to get myself sorted and out and up to his and obviously do the dad birthday shenanigans thing. So it's a long day tomorrow as well. So, because I normally have my kids on a Sunday, but after work, but it's an all day, you know, birthday. So yeah, got that to look forward to. He's not actually in the hobby. He's more into playing computer, and he loves trains. So if it makes him happy, I'm happy. So that's the main thing. Ever the gracious Horsley. I tried to be gracious. Lee Godden got put on display at Warhammer World. Yeah. Those Kingfisher nights of his, they are something else. So anyone who might be in Warhammer World and going into the museum, I take it he's in the museum, is it, or is he on outside of Forge World display? Because I know they had the glass cases outside of Forge World, but I assumed that he was in the actual museum part. I'm just wondering if when he gets his Imperator made and finished, because that's going to look impressive, because he's been putting so much work into it. Like for 2 years he's been working on that thing, and you know, making it out of plastic card and parts and making bits himself, because he's a model maker anyway as such. Once that all comes in and ties in together, that is going to look absolutely phenomenal, and should be in a decent scale as well. Did you meet up with Lydon and Jamie? Because they was up there as well, weren't they? Or did you just pop in there on the off chance? Because you're fairly localish to Warhammer World, aren't you? If I'm correct. He's in the last cabinet in the final museum room with the Tower and Titans. Yeah. I love that Tower and Titans thing. That was such a shame that they didn't do the Fires of Syrinx, or wherever it was, because that would have been introducing the Cybernetica units into 40k. But the time they got that sort of set up and thing, then 8 Fed came along and it was out of date or whatever. He taught me through some of the processes he uses. Very impressive stuff. Had a few hours to meet Lydon and Jamie. Yeah. So was it because you're not going to the Fulton House? So, would you be doing Beachhead, or is that even that's going to be even further away from you, isn't it? Really. But was you considering Beachhead? $5 miles, and everybody in the chat goes, "Oh, 5 miles! If only I was 5 miles away." Ah, cool. I think because we're sort of doing it as a demo with Beachhead, so it's like for us, obviously, unlike the walk itself, where you got to pay out for your tickets and stuff. With these demo ones, it's not the same because obviously we're not having to hire anything. We're just turning up as guests. So that's always good. All you've got to worry about is paying your bills for staying in a hotel or whatever. And the old Rakarth flesh. Yeah, February. Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest with you, Rob. Look up Beachhead 2022. Beachhead.co.uk. Saturday the 12th and Sunday the 13th of February. So yeah, 13th, 12th and 13th of February anyway, for Beachhead. Put a bit back on that. Seraphim Sepia. Do that now. A little glaze of the sepia. Around the edges. My legs were killing me after the last one. Yeah, you don't realise just how much sort of, well, how much standing you do, but also moving as well. I remember, like, obviously waking up in the morning, then getting out of bed, getting sorted, dressed, ready, washed, and out in the morning on the Saturday. And I remember in the afternoon, I was checking my amount of steps, and I'd done 5,000 steps. So I'd literally woke up, got sorted out, down to the car, and then drove all the way up there. And then obviously walking from the car to the thing, breakfast, and then there. So there's not a lot of places to do a lot of steps. So there's a lot of moving around, talking to people in that room. It all adds up. You'd be surprised how you clock up the miles. But yeah, my legs were aching too. We're old guys, man. Not old guys. What else for? Nope. Yes. So I paint all my weapons. I give them a going of a Seraphim sepia to differentiate the colour from the superstructure of the actual Titan. There's a little bit of a difference. It does make a difference by doing that. Especially like when you're doing like the additional bits like heat bloom as well. So having it all sort of done before adding in like Juicy Violet and Drakenhof Nightshade, amongst other things. I like it because I've been using it on certain weapons for a while now, because it gives that aged look. As well as that sort of, you know, additional heat, coloration, distortion. definitely somebody having a party out there somewhere. I hear them laughing and celebrating stuff. I didn't realise we're in here painting. Trying to hold some sort of decorum. Getting around and making a nuisance of ourselves. I also like to put serif and sepia over the hip sections. Just to give them another sort of differential to everything else. It was an amazing experience though, really glad I got talked into 28mm Titans. Yeah, it's a whole different ball game, isn't it? And so you do tend to meet some pretty awesome people, much like yourself. So it's always worth it. It's called a walk for something. What did you expect? It involved marginal movement, but it's repetitive. And back and forth, back and forth. Right, so that's that taken care of. And this is a mix of agrax and water that I've had done for ages. Mixed it up a long time ago. It's like my family's moonshine. That's just a little bit lighter, but still get a nice discoloration in your painting of the ribbony bits. That being over the top. Whew. Ouch. It's back. Right. I'm just doing a watered down mix of the Magos purple. I was feeling that's a little bit too light on the shoulder pads. Gosh. Right. I've done. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I have done it on some of the others. But putting on Blood Angel Red. Just do that as like a heraldry patch or honour marking or something. Did that with some of the others.
Did I do it with all the others? That's got red, yeah. That's got red as well.
And that guy's got red on the other side to the others. Ooh, does it mean it's something else? I don't know. Blood and black. I'm going to paint the rim. Get that taken care of. Epoxy here. alright, not bad. Still a bit more to do, but I think I might do a Reaver with Fist and Melter, sort of Pete's one in action. Save one of my hounds in the process, and it was quite impressive. Yeah, like a Reaver, Fist Melter, and I'd say, well, Turbo Laser's good. Or what a few people do is Vulcan Mega Bolter on the canopy, on the or as they call it, a Vulcan Mega Bolter hat, because that's giving you 20 inches to strip shields, which with rapid as well, so you could get explosive 6s on that. So that takes that as an automatic hit, additional hit. Sorry. But then obviously strip the shields, melted cannon, and then you charge in with the fist. So yeah, they can be quite devastating doing those ways. Right, yes, I think that's going to be it for tonight, people. Nice posing works well, is kind of stuff. That's what I was aiming for, mate. I wanted it to have that sort of like, I'm coming to get you look about it. It stands alright on his own, but the way I put the legs out, but then wanted to sort of turn the face around a little bit. So he's facing, so he's going one direction, but then he's like turned to see a target hiding underneath a box or something. I don't know. But that was the premise I was going for when I came up with the pose. So, unfortunately, the light's not the greatest from this angle, so because you're into light behind. But yes, that was to plan. But yeah, so I'm going to leave it there for tonight and get some sleep before a day of chasing kids around with crazy golf with golf clubs. Seems like a great idea. Give kids metal sticks. That's what I say. It's a brutal loadout. I like it a lot. You need to convert a Pokemon Box for the capacity. Yep. I've been looking for converting. Yes. Rob is the converter meister. He does all that amazing converting working. But yes, so I'd like to say thank you to everybody again for joining us on the Hobby Hangout. I hope you've enjoyed your results tonight, and it's been fun having you here with us and chatting and interacting. I hope that you get some awesome hobby done over the next couple of days as well. Just remember, I'll be back on the live streaming side of things on Wednesday with Artist Empire, doing another paint over. He will be putting out a post this week, because last week one I think was a little bit of a last minute Larry type thing, because I messaged him saying, are you doing a paint over? But yeah, so he's got that to go. And so yeah, we'll be doing that on Wednesday, so on Artist Empire stream, and then back here next Saturday for another Hobby Hangout. Might not be a Reaver, it might be a Warbringer, it could be a Warlord, because I've still got one of them each to do. But yeah, so as again, thanks everyone for joining in with the chat and keeping me company on a Saturday night with the hobby. And until then, guys, as he gets his magic mouse to come across, I will see you all then. So take care and tell you bye.